Well, I'm here. Who else is here? See, Rob's here. Feeling a bit, I don't know, stressed this morning? I don't know. Just, I was in a rush to get everything running. Yeah. Ian, bit of hobbyist. David, cool. Wilhelm, excellent. Yeah, so I thought I'd do a stream. I wasn't really sure I was going to do a stream this weekend. I was kind of sort of seeing how I felt about doing one. So last night I decided, yeah, I'll do a stream. I've got some things to work on and could do some videos, I suppose. So, got some projects. So we've got a few options for things to work on. So, yes, excuse the professor here. I've been meaning to cut it, but I've not had the chance. I've just been so bloody busy. Been meaning to cut it for like the past 2 weeks. It's like, yeah, okay, it's getting ridiculous. Have we been playing with live mains? No, that's not the reason for the hair. It's just, yeah. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, so we've got a few projects we can work on. Like I said, we've got. I should probably do a poll actually. And choose the usual thing. Whichever thing wins the poll is what gets worked on. Hey Carter, how's it going? It's Carthor? Carthor, could it be? I don't know. Yeah, so I'll do a poll about which item we're going to work on once I figure out what the list is. There's a few things. There's a case of which ones I want to do during the stream as well. Hello, Russian. Okay. I can't pronounce that name. Anyway, here we call us again. Yes, anyway. Let's try and figure out this poll. Let's do this poll thing. When I click on the right thing to create a poll. Start a poll. If I type it correctly and spell it correctly, it might make a lot more sense. And again, I might move my keyboard slightly to the right, that might help. That's that. That's two things. What else? I've not got more than that to work on. Jesus. Oh, that's right. And again, not typed correctly. So they're correct, great. Dreams Pack. How's it going? What's it going to do with that one? I've had this sitting here for ages. Really should get onto it. And what else are we going to look at? Oh, I've got more than this. This is ridiculous. I've only got 3 things on the list. I know I've got way more than this. What am I missing? Oh, I suppose we could do that, maybe. Yeah, okay. I see a trend here in these things I'm listing. Okay, that's 4 things. That will do. Take your picks. Now the Edifier, that is the audio device we worked on before, and we seem to fix the issue with the radio coming through in any mode. That seemed to correct itself at the time, right? Didn't do it again. Well, it did do it again later on, about a week later it did it again. So I have sourced a replacement IC for that. And hopefully it's the right one. So for that particular one, that choice, that is taking the thing apart and removing the BGA chip and refitting a new one, which is tiny. And it could be quite involved, but you know, that's what that one's about. Keithley 220 is a case of the Tri-X connector needs replacing, and that could be a bit tricky. Keithley 427 I've had sitting here for months. I must be maybe a year. I don't know, it's been sitting here for ages. It's in my stack of things to do, but it's not been a high priority, so I've just been like just bypassing it. So that thing there would definitely benefit from a power up and check. It's a what is it? Hold on, what's it called? In fact, I'll show it to you. It's a current amplifier. This beast here. If it will focus on it, I don't know, good luck with that. This isn't exactly great at focusing on stuff. If I stand the other side of the room, maybe it'll focus on it. Anyway, yeah, that thing there. So, I've had it sitting for ages and it's covered in cat hair, of course. Bloody cats. So, I don't know. I don't even know how to use the thing. No idea. Haven't even powered it up yet. I've had it sitting there for ages. And the Q3617 is an electrometer. It was actually a 35617 EBS. It's a special one. It's shown in your mailbag anyway. You may have seen it. And that has got bad caps in it for a start, so I can't really even run it for very long because the caps are dodgy. Then they need to be replaced, so I need to basically go through, replace all the caps, and then try it out properly. In fact, have I even powered that one up? I'm not sure I even turned that one on. I may have done it in a mailbag, I can't remember. Keithley overload, yeah, there's a few Keithley things here. Yeah, something with knobs indeed, hey Sven. So yes, a few choices, so we'll just see how the poll goes and we'll see what wins, and we'll go with that. All of these things are going to be videos in the end anyway. But it gives you guys a chance to see the behind the scenes stuff and the stuff which doesn't make it into the videos, you know. That's the whole point of doing these things. And of course the interaction. Get to have a chat with everyone, which is something I don't normally get to do on videos apart from the comments. So yeah. Right. Still trying to wake up. I'm only halfway through my coffee. You know, it's bad. And man, this I should have my door open, because if I had my door open, this here won't look so bad. Need some grease or something, and about silicone gel or something. I don't know, some silicone grease. Just smear it through, just flatten it down. Anyway, so yes, so a few projects to work on there. There's something else I was going to talk about. I'm trying to think what it was now. Don't remember. Oh yes, that's right. My internet connection's got a lot better now. After the last couple of disasters with live streams, with the internet connection being terrible, causing lots of issues with dropped frames and stuff, I got my ISP and said, "Hey, look, my internet connection's not performing like it should be. You know, can you have a look?" And so they upgraded me to a different tower and gave me some new equipment, and my speeds are basically doubled now. So my upload speed and download speed are twice as fast. Ping is about the same, but yeah, my upload and download's doubled. So I can now upload at best about 40 megabit and download at best about 80. So that's all right. I was happy with that. Speed doubling at no cost. Can't complain about that. That's when it's good because it's all wireless, so it's all yeah, it's all quite restricted. Like depends on how many other people are using the tower as well at the same time, and how many other people are downloading videos or whatever it may be. It can fluctuate a bit. It can drop down to like 15 megabit up, and I don't know. It's the worst I've seen. Probably about 38 down, something like that. It's the worst I've seen, but it's still massive improvement. So yeah, so that's quite good. So I'm pretty pleased about that. It's been behaving quite well. It made a big difference. My wife kept on complaining about the internet. Oh, what's wrong with the internet? What's wrong with the internet? And she hasn't complained since that's been done, so that's good. Nice tiny buffer. Your end, well, it must be your end because I haven't dropped any frames. I haven't dropped a single frame yet. Still says 0, so it's not my end. It's probably YouTube to you, you know. Anyway, so how long should we let this poll go on through? I can't say it. How long should this poll go on for until we decide what we're going to do? So far, the Keithley 427's winning by a fair amount. It's double the other ones. Not sure how many votes. There's 14 votes so far, so there's still people that haven't voted yet. No buffering here, that's good. Yeah, it's been a big difference. Like, the only thing when I got hold of my ISP, I said, look, I'm trying to live stream YouTube and I just can't. It's awful. But if you do a speed test, it comes up okay. It's just something not right. And I actually did some diagnostics from their end remotely. They said, we can see there's lots of other Wi-Fi and stuff around, and lots of other sources of interference which they're detecting, which would be affecting the signal between my base and their tower. So apparently it's mostly bloody hell, I forgot what it's called. My cat's wanting to get in again. I kicked him out a little while ago, getting him to shut up. Actually it's not my cat, but he's going to keep on knocking, I think. He's knocking on the cat flap. Starlink. That's what word I'm looking for. Starlink. So there's a few Starlink bases around here, and apparently the signals coming out of those Wi-Fi's are on the same channel as my link was, and they're also extremely strong. So those Starlink connections were messing up my connection. That was great. So they completely changed it. So it's been a lot better since then. But yeah, it's just amazing that the Starlink signals are so strong. I mean, I'm a fair distance away from other neighbours, not like next door, not right next to me. I'm rural, so these things are spaced out more. So it's quite amazing that the Starlink signals are so strong at my house. How much power are these things putting out? These, like the Wi-Fi, Starlink Wi-Fi bases, not the actual satellite connections. That key on span. You understand satellite being strong, but the Wi-Fi from the bloody Starlink units is like, wow, that's just ridiculous. You've only got 1 gigabit download. Yeah. No sound reboot page, browser okay. Alright, well, I'm definitely talking and there's definitely sound. So, I don't know. Anyway. Sometimes the browsers get a bit knotted up, eh? They do sometimes get confused. But yes, I'm happy with that. It's been considerably better. And this cat is still knocking. It's getting more desperate to get in. Hold on. It's driving me nuts. It's hard to concentrate. What do you want? There's no biscuits. He's gone straight to the kitchen to try and find biscuits. He's going to be disappointed. Silly animal. Anyway. Oh no, he's in here now. He's complaining there's no biscuits. What? Not my cat. No. Not really a distraction at all. Name the cat. The cat is called Tom. Imaginative, isn't it? I didn't name it either. Come here. Come here. No, turn around. This is Tom. He's a bit big. He doesn't like being picked up either. Not like that anyway. Your feet are wet. Thanks. My legs are wet now. Anyway, this is Tom. He's not small. Anyway, I think I've shown him in videos before, and you certainly heard him. He meows a lot. He's a very mouthy little cat. Well, not exactly little, but it's, like I said, it's not my cat. It's stepson's cat. Stepson doesn't live here, but his cat lives here. Go figure. What? Yeah, he's very talkative. Anyway, so let's have a look at the poll. What we're doing? We are still at 14 volts, so not everyone's voted. But we've got 43% going for the Q5427, so I guess we're working on that. In the poll. Right. Let's get the thing on the bench. What? There's no biscuits, Cat. The cat loves biscuits. In fact, I will go and give him some biscuits, and then I'll kick him back outside. That'll give us some peace for a few hours. Otherwise, he won't get any peace. Come on, Cat. It's a very demanding cat. It's very nice natured, but demanding. Right, let's change this over. Which camera should we use? Should we use this one for a change? No, I don't think so. No. Okay, I think we'll do HDMI. Let's get the camera turned on. I'll do a video about this thing anyway. Get some lights and stuff on. And I need to turn off all the overlays. Otherwise you guys will get a bit more stuff in knobs, yes. I suppose if I leave the overlay on, you can tell me if I stop recording. Or if I forget to record, to do that. Let's get the pad running so I can see what you guys are saying. Come on, Touch ID work. Oh look, he's back. He's finished his biscuits. Oh dear. Do you want to go outside now? I bet he does. Do you want to go out now? You know, people have like banana for scale. Maybe we should have cat for scale. I don't know. What do you reckon? Cat for scale? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, come on, cat. Don't put holes in my top. That might be very good. Weighs a ton, that thing. How long have I been involved in electronics? Well, I've been playing with electronics since I was 7. So, over 40 years. Poppy fixing things. I don't know, and actually doing stuff on electronics. No, mostly I was doing CB stuff when I was like 13, modifying CB radios, fixing CB radios. Well, mostly breaking CB radios. I was 13, mostly fixing them when I was about 16. But doing this sort of stuff since I started a YouTube channel, and thought I'd actually do a bit more seriously, a bit more intently. You're going to sit here pooing all day. You're going to rub yourself on the camera. That's awesome. Right. Do you want to go outside now? Hold on, let me get rid of this cat. Come on. No, don't go that way. You're going outside. Cat. Come on. Come on. You want some biscuits? I don't think they gave me enough biscuits. He's not satisfied. Hold on, I'll be back. I was hoping the 6 biscuits I gave him would be enough, but it wasn't. Okay. Oh, back to what I was looking at. If I'm younger, then why is my equipment older? Because older equipment is fixable. Okay, you know, give an example. That oscilloscope there, can I fix that if that breaks? Only if it's a power supply. This, same deal. If that breaks, can I fix it? Depends on what's wrong with it, but probably I need a power supply. This thing here, I need a power supply. That thing there, I need a power supply. Yeah, there's no circuit diagrams, there's no information about how to fix these things. So, you know, it relies on what you can figure out. So, trying to fix any of these things would be almost impossible. So, unless it's a power supply failure, which is going to be straightforward. But, yeah, no, it's not going to happen, is it? But older gear, you know, like this thing up here, which you can't really see, but, you know, it's my 4338 sitting there. That's fixable. There's diagrams online. I think there were. That, probably not. And this, almost certainly not. There's no diagrams. At least not that I know of. So yeah, it's about repairability. If this new equipment had diagrams, things like that on it as well, then there's a good chance I'd actually look at more new equipment, because you know then it'd become repairable as long as you get the parts, of course. So getting the parts could be interesting, but these sorts of older stuff, I prefer it. You know, I quite enjoy getting this old gear and refurbishing it. I mean, it's not that old. I do have limits. I don't like tube gear. Right? I've done a couple of tube things, or tube area things. It's not really my area. I like newer than that. You know, at least transistorized. But yeah. So this is just. I just find this stuff easy to work on. You know, this is cheaper to get. You know, trying to get bits of old gear like this is cheaper. Well, it used to be cheaper. It's getting quite expensive now, and so it makes it feasible. You know, a lot of the stuff I'm getting to do repairs on is purely to make videos. Oh, the cat's back. Can you tell? Well, the camera's wobbling around. What do you want? More biscuits. He does want some more biscuits. He's not getting more biscuits. Right. Yeah. 43 years of paid work in electronics and now having a rest. Indeed. 10 years since I got that scope. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so that's kind of when I started doing it more seriously. So 10 years ago. So I was doing it before then, and I was doing basically CB radio work, you know, that sort of stuff. A bit of ham radio stuff, repairs, and not so much ham, mostly CB. I was doing a fair bit of that for the past 20 years, 30 years. At least a fair bit of that for this country. It's not that much around. And then 10 years ago, basically that sort of stuff sort of dropped off a bit, and I was doing more of the YouTube stuff and getting into that. basically I saw Dave Jones's EV blog and I thought that's pretty cool. I quite wouldn't mind giving that a go, and so I started doing videos. Most of it is around the original intent was to document and help people with their CB radio stuff. Like a lot of CB radio repairs I'll be doing, I see the same fault coming up over again. You know, it could be a certain resistor fails or a certain diode fails or whatever it may be. You know, quite repeatable faults, or like a protection diode fails because someone's put it up backwards, that kind of thing. A lot of sorts of faults were like very repeatable, and so I thought I'll do the YouTube channel because I could share that information with people and let people solve their own devices sometimes or whatever. And that's kind of the intent of it, is to document what I was doing and help share it. And it's kind of carried on. It's evolved from doing CBs to doing test gear because I wanted test gear. I wanted to collect more test gear. I wanted a selection because I didn't have a lot of test gear at the time, and it's just kept on going. It hasn't stopped yet. I don't think it's going to stop until I run out of test gear to buy, so that could be a problem. Anyway, 43 years as well. People can't see it. Yeah, I wouldn't say old fast. I'd say experienced. There's a lot of experience in my audience, I should say. A lot of you guys have got way more experience than I've got doing this sort of thing. So it's quite nice that you guys hang around and watch me tinkering around with these things, fumbling my way through. Yeah, thanks, man. Old farts electronics repair. Actually, that could have got a good one. That's not a bad name. That's a good one. You want to change your name? You can change your channel name, don't you? Ian, you can change your channel name. You can do that. And the older I begin, Mr. Carlson, yeah, the Mr. Carlson's like, that's tube gear, and that's not my thing. You know, that area. I was watching, I can't even say it, I'm trying to speak too quickly. I was watching Mr. Carlson stuff for a while, and I kind of got bored with it, to be honest. It wasn't really my thing. You know, it's just, he has tube gear, and yes, he does some nice work. But I tend to, I lost interest in his content because it's just not really my thing, you know. But hey, good on him. He's still doing good stuff, and there's lots of people interested in what he's doing. It just doesn't interest me. I'm doing this kind of stuff instead. It's just different. Started at the right age of 16. Oh yeah. Placed a bit on a CD player. Oh yeah, cool. 42, doing it for 27 years. Yeah, again, I mean, you guys are basically, and if you're doing it professionally, for example, you've got way more experience than I have. Right? I'm just a hobbyist. I just do a lot of it. It's a major hobby for me. It didn't used to be. I mean, for like, after I did CB stuff, when I left the UK, I was doing, basically I was only doing really CB stuff in the UK. Then I come over here. I was doing CB stuff a little bit, but it wasn't a lot of it. It was, no, probably a few years I didn't really do anything at all CBs, and then I started doing CBs again, and I did that for probably 10 years. Yeah, probably 10 years I was doing that. I got into it a lot more, and I did a lot more with that sort of stuff, and I did my website during that time as well, the Radio Mods website. Launched all that, and you know, to give back a bit and collect that information and try and share it. And so yeah, I kind of, after that period there, I kind of stopped. I didn't do anything for like 10 years, probably. Wasn't really doing much. I was playing with software rather than doing electronics, and then I kind of, now I'm doing it both. So, and now YouTube, and yeah, anyway. Beats out playing golf. Well, yes, it does. Yeah, I mean, if it's interesting, if the subject matter interests you, then it does really good videos, and it's really well structured and explains what he's doing, which is really good, you know. Whereas I'm not so good at teaching, so I'm kind of showing what I'm doing rather than teaching you what I'm doing. It's, you know, it's a different format, as you guys would know anyway. You know, I'm not a teacher. I'm not good at teaching people. because I forget that people don't know certain things, and so I just as you know, my format is just to show you what I'm doing, and if you can keep track, great. If not, well, I hope you still learn something. Anyway, the cat really is purring. Yes, he's very happy. He's sitting here looking at me. Yeah. It's your hobby before you start working on it, then it's your hobby again. Yeah, yeah. Microelectronics. Okay. Please contact the translator. Yeah. Pivot for electronics set. Okay. Yeah. $30,000 of old test gear. Yeah, yeah. So Dave was my inspiration to start doing videos. You know, I saw his videos and I was looking. I basically, when I discovered Dave, I watched his videos like flat out for like a week, just trying to catch up with his back catalogue. And I was just like, wow, he does some really interesting educational stuff, and it's really interesting. Doesn't do that same format anymore, really. You know, not so much. You know, it used to be a lot more teachy and explaining how things worked more. He does a lot more of that early on. But yes, I found it really interesting. I thought that was a good inspiration. That was a good inspiration for me to start doing stuff. So yeah, that was good, and that kind of prompted me. And I mean, sure, many channels have been inspired by Dave doing his thing, and you go, oh, yeah, I could do that too. And just give it a go. And yeah, anyway, here we are, stuck in a live stream watching a waffle. Haven't opened the case up yet. It's still got a seal on it. You still got the first one you repaired. Nice. Actually, I think I've still got one of the radios. No, the very first one I really got stuck into, it was a Cobra 148 GTL DX. That was one of my early radios, and I didn't really know what I was doing with alignment and that thing. I had no test gear at the time. I was just purely, I had no frequency counters, nothing, and I basically completely screwed the alignment up on that one. And I sold it to a friend of mine, and he got it realigned, and you know, he was fine. But I wished at the time I had test gear, because I realised that I got rid of a radio which I really liked, because what I thought was being faulty was purely because I messed up too much with all the alignments being wrong. So you know, that was a really nice radio. I really regret getting rid of that one. But yeah, that was that sort of made me think, actually I need some test equipment. And that's kind of always been in my mind, that hey, I need to get stuff. And then I did obviously get test equipment and get frequency counters and stuff like that. And then I could do more radio work correctly, rather than doing it by ear, which wasn't so good on such a complicated radio. Anyway. You're 13, are you? GTL, 148 GTX, yeah. It was 148 GTL DX, which was the like an export version. So it had 3 bands, AM/FM sideband, CW mode. It's quite common these days. A lot of radios, it's, you know, it's all out there. In fact, some of the radios these days, they can do far more than that, you know, and easily, including a much more power output. But yeah, it's back in that day, those were the radios to have. And yeah, I did conversions to it. I did because they came with, was it 20? I'm going by the frequencies now. I'm out of touch. No, let me tell you, I've got a chart here somewhere. 26515 to 27855 frequency range. And yeah, I did conversion on that. I did an EEPROM modification. I made an EEPROM for it and did all that, and basically fully expanded it as far as it could go to give it everything, which was basically 1 in binary on the, actually there's 0 in binary on the POL, up to the maximum 255 in binary, I think it was. But that one had the MB879 POL in it. Anyway, That's something else. Anyway, let's get stuck into this thing. I'm just waffling about other stuff. At least the cat's quieting down. Maybe hide the cameras. Yeah, I was planning on doing that. I kind of got distracted. Okay, let's turn that off. I did say at the beginning I was going to turn those off. Menu button. Video output. You see what I'm doing. That's nice, isn't it? HDMI out. Oh, tapped the wrong thing. Back. What did I just change? I just changed something by mistake then. My fat fingers. HDMI out. Out. Characters off. There you go. So I wonder what I accidentally selected now. What did I accidentally change? Oh, nothing. That's okay. It's fine. Right. Here we go. A bit tidier now. $273 CB radios. That's quite a collection. I think I've got about probably 20 or 30 around that sort of region in boxes. Most of those are broken because, as most of you know, well, some of you know, I had a flood about 8 years ago, probably got flooded, and all those radios got damaged. And so I've repaired some, but a lot of them are still sitting there waiting for me to get around to them. And CBs aren't really a big priority for me anymore, so they're still sitting there waiting for me to get around to them. Even though I've got like another lab set out there to do it, you know, I've got an RF lab set up. You know, I've got my Marconi 2955 out there and a Rohde Schwarz signal generator. I've got the model number on that. My STS 2102 is out there. That's my scope for that setup. Along as I've got Agilent power supply out there and stuff like that. One of the ones I did a video on very early on. I don't know. That's probably 10 years ago. I did a video on that, I suppose. Maybe not quite that long. But yeah, I've got various bits of gear out there which is all set up for doing the RF stuff. I've got a Fluke 45 out there too, my bench. So yeah, but I have so much to do in his room that I don't get out to the other room to do the other stuff. I've got radio. My wife picked up some Uniden 510s, some really small little, literally like that big kind of size CBs. There's a pair of them at a garage sale. She's got them for like, I don't know, $10 or $15 something like for the pair. Got microphones and everything, and they're just sitting there waiting for me to get around to them. They're sitting on my desk out in the other room. I've had them for about a year and haven't got there. It's so damn busy. Yeah. You had about 3 CVs and you got a small box of bits. Yeah. Hey, dances with Aardvarks. Yeah, anyway. So, I've got some like President 2510s or Union 2510s. Those things. President Lincoln radios. I've got some of those out there. I've got about 4 of those in parts. I've got one I'm in the process of fixing. I was in the process of fixing it 8 years ago. One day I'll finish it. In fact, now I've got some better test gear. I could probably fix that because I had an issue with the RF section. The radio kept on blowing the final transistor up, the main amplifier transistor, and those things are very rare and very expensive. And so I replaced them with a different kind of transistor, which normally is not a problem, but then that blew up as well. And now those transistors aren't made anymore, and so those are also really rare. I think I've got 2 left. I didn't really want to put those in. Those transistors are now retailing for the price of the entire radio. It didn't kind of make sense to put one of those in it. So yeah, you know, those transistors cost as much as the radio does if I sell it. Kind of uneconomical to put the transistor in there, really. So it's kind of got to that point where it's like, well, if I put another one in there and it blows up, you know. So, but now I've got some better test gear, so I can actually check the RF chain and actually try and figure out why these things are blowing. You'd think it'd be like a bias level or something like that, but no, the biasing's fine. So I don't know, it's a bit weird. But it's almost like it's an RF reflection, but it shouldn't be because I've replaced every capacitor in the IF chain, thinking maybe there's a shorted cap in there somewhere, or something gets breaks down under voltage. So I replaced all the capacitors and everything, and it still keeps blowing. Transistors, like, well, it kind of got stuck, and I haven't got any further with it. There was no CB community. Yeah, CB's kind of dead. I mean, cell phones killed CB, basically. You got a 2600i. I've got one of those in parts. That's got the the more limited frequency range, and it's got the CTCSS or something on it. Tone encoding or something on it. Some of those. It's got little switches on the MPE board. Yeah. Anyway, right, let's get into this. I'm waffling about other stuff. So, let's open this up. You can see it's still got a seal on it. So I'm going to do a video about this as well, actually, before I forget. And it's got a seal on the bottom too, so it's never been opened. Names on it. Valuetronics. Okay, I think that's who I bought it from, actually. So it's probably the suppliers stuck their own seals on it to protect themselves. I bought stuff in Valuetronics before. This is on like an eBay store, and they've been fine. I haven't had any issues with them. And when you get stuff from eBay, you don't know what you're getting anyway. These sorts of things, like, it's sold as parts and repair. As far as I know, it's an empty box. You just don't know. It's more fun when it's illegal. Yeah, I suppose. I don't have a 2600, right? Okay, yeah, okay. Let's read that properly now. Model skill bill, how's it going? Okay, let's record some video on this. At least the cat's quieting down, is laying there looking at me now. It's relaxing. Hopefully it stays quiet. And let's record some video. So today we're going to look at this thing. It's a Keysight 427 current amplifier. Now I picked this up quite cheap on eBay. I saw it on there. I thought, well, actually, that looks fairly interesting, and the price was really good, which is unusual for eBay. And the postage wasn't too bad, that sort of stuff. I thought, oh, okay, let's give it a go. And it looks like it's quite interesting because it can do quite low values here. I don't know that much about it. I did look it up a little bit at the time, but I've had this thing sitting here for now literally a year. It must be about a year I've had this thing sitting here waiting for me to get around to it. So we'll open it up, have a look inside, see if anything's horrendous. And if it looks okay, we'll power it up, and then we'll try and figure out how to use it, maybe, and see if it even works. But the first thing is to open up and see what sort of condition it's like inside. This is fairly old. I don't know if there's any kind of date information on here. I've already changed it to 230 volts just to be sure. I always think I'm going to get them. But it's got one of these bloody plugs on it too, which is going to be a problem. That'll need changing because I don't have any of them. That'll need swapping out. But it's got an output on the back here. Fuse, let's have a look at the fuses. That looks like the small one. Let's check this out. Need more light. And I can't read it. Was it one? Oh, 1/4 amp. There you go. Makes more sense. I'll say 144. No, it's 1/4 amp. I can't get the thing back in. Well, I can't get it back in there. Why can't I get it back in the holder? There we go. This is a really strong spring. Okay, let's open this thing up. The several CBs. Yeah, I've got my CB setup, like my radio bench. I've got out in the other room there. I've got a Ranger 2950 DX2 as my test radio, and that does something like 24 to 32 megahertz, something like that. Something stupid on it. So when you're doing bench stuff and like testing radios, you need another radio so you can check the audio quality. It's right looking at test gear and looking at waveforms and test gear and that sort of stuff. That doesn't tell you if it sounds muffled. So, I have a radio out there, so if I'm doing testing, I actually have the other radio. I can check the channels and check the frequencies and stuff like that on the other radio as well to make sure it sounds right. and can receive a signal correctly as well. The other thing's the receive side, you know. Is to make sure that the receive side doesn't sound weird. Because we've had it before, we got bad capacitors. It wasn't even an electrolytic capacitor, it was a film cap, a green cap, going bad. And because it is across the audio circuitry acting like a filter circuit, it actually muffled the audio right down, took all the high frequencies right out of it. It sounded terrible on receive. Took a little while to find that one. Anyway, so I've taken the screws out. Let's have a look, see what's inside it. That's lift straight off. Well, it's clean in there. Very little dust. There's a little bit in there, but almost nothing. Because, you know, obviously the top isn't perfectly sealed. But it's not looking too bad. Looking at the capacitors. Those orange caps, I've seen these before. And there's some down here as well. I think, from memory, those were bad. When I've seen them in other devices, they had gone bad. But yeah, it's all nice layout. Got adjustments down the side here. A couple up here. So yeah, it's nice. Some polystyrene capacitors. I actually tried to get some polystyrene capacitors the other day. Well, a month or so ago. I couldn't find the one I wanted. I just couldn't get it. I wanted it for the Keysight 617 because there's a capacitor in there which is not a polystyrene like it should be. It's a tantalum for some reason, even though it's not, shouldn't be polarized. Anyway, that's something else. Well, that side of it looks alright. I can't see anything near a problem. That all looks perfectly fine. So let's take the cover off the other side and see what this looks like. Yeah, got like code between ions and things like that, and I don't know. I've got three President 20, either President Lincoln or HR 2510, basically the same radio, and I've got a few code between ions, a few other things. I think I might have 148 in there. I'm not sure I've still got 148 or not. Grants, President Grants, I've got a couple of them. Yeah, I've got quite a few radios out there, but like I said, most of them need fixing because they got damaged in the flood, and I've fixed some of the stuff up. Done some. I think I did a video, maybe even a live stream actually, working on maybe the President Grant. I think it might have been, or Unity Grant. It's Unity Grant, that one, that particular model. I've got that one brand new. It's still in box, brand new in box, and it got flooded. That was devastating. That was. I was looking after that radio. I was thinking that's going to be a keeper. You know, it's going to be worth something one day because it'd be like collectible. Because it'd be no one else has got a brand new one of these things in box, and it got flooded. So that is into that. Right, this is the other side. Looks just as clean. No signs of rework. Can't see any flux residue anywhere, so it looks like it's all original. Nice. That's looking really promising. So I might just put this cover back on again. At least for the time being. Make sure that all stays nice. And just in case there's any high voltage on there when I plug it in, or once I power it, I'm not sure about plugging it in because I've got to do something with that socket actually. Because right now I can't power it up. Bits of rust on the bottom. Alright. Okay. So I'm doing live stream. If I make any random comments that don't make sense in the video, it's because I'm live streaming as well and looking at the chat. Okay. So the problem I've got right now really is that we've got this original connector down there for the power. That original style 3-pin socket, which I don't have a cable for. So yeah, that makes it tricky. I need to do something with that. I'm not quite sure how. I don't know, can I remove that rear panel? Ideally I can remove the rear panel and cut a big hole in it and then put an IEC socket onto it. I know some people don't like that. They like to keep things original. I like to keep things practical too. So there's no point having a connector you haven't got a plug for. So yeah, there is that part. Now this is also quite thick aluminium. But also, I just noticed this. Look at all the componentry. You see what that says? Repaired by someone. That 1975, 12th of the 1st, 1975 is repaired. Wow. So it's repaired 50 years ago. Well, I wonder what they actually fixed. Okay. Just trying to catch up with the chat as I've missed various bits. Okay. Scott, what flood? I got flooded. I did videos about it at the time. Because I live by the sea. There was a big storm and the sea basically got pushed in. And it was about 1.5 meters high outside. And in the garage, which is where I had a lot of my bits and pieces, it was about 2 feet high. And in the house, my house is split level. The higher level was, I don't know, a couple of inches high, just in the higher level, in the upper level, and the bottom level was a foot high. It's like one step down. So yeah, it caused a lot of problems because all my CVs and stuff were in boxes on the floor, and well, they got kind of wet. Anyway, so yeah, it's interesting. I wonder what the repair was. So obviously it's had some kind of work done, but pretty hard to see a difference in 50-year-old solder. So this is probably a 60s device. If it's repaired, maybe, I don't know. It's sitting over there, it's nice. I don't know. What year could this be? So I was wondering if I can take the rear panel off. It's got some header things here, but I don't think they're actually connectors. I think they're just adapters. No, it is a connector. So those can unplug. Alright. So I'm just looking if I can take the rear panel off or not to change that socket. And all these things just plug in. It's got these connectors. Even that BNC on the back there is on a connector. Try and shape it better. So you've got those little header pins down there as well, single pin, it plugs in. These are on these multi-pin headers, they're just plugged in. So if I take that screw out the board, or out the back panel probably, I can leave the transformer attached to it and take that whole assembly off if I can take the back panel off. I have to figure out how that's attached, but probably I'll take these side panels off somehow. Probably a screw there, but I think that panel will have to come off so I can change that connector. I think that's one of the first things you've got to do. Trying to cut a bigger hole is going to be interesting. Yeah, it's not just wet, it's also salty, that's right. Salt water. Pretty nasty. So all the stuff I got damaged in the flood, which I wanted to keep, I immediately flushed it out with fresh water. Once I get back into the house and stuff and get everything, rescue things, washed it all out with fresh water and really flushed it to try and get the salt out. So anything which the salt maybe didn't touch, the fresh water did. But then I had no electricity or anything. It's all a bit of a disaster. So yeah, it was a trying time. I didn't get back into the house for 7 months after the flood. It took 7 months to fix the house, and in that time I was living in the garage in the motorhome, because the garage is really quick to fix because it's concrete floor and just jibs, jib walls, stuff like that. So ripped the jib out and ripped the insulation out and cleaned the floors, and we lived in the garage and the motorhome for 6-7 months until the house was ready. That was fun. And I'm still doing videos. I'm still producing videos. So if you look at some of my videos at the time, you'll see I've got this same desk, but it's in a different room and it's got a different layout in the background. That was some floods at that time when I was doing videos for that. And I think I had... that's when Dave actually just featured one of my videos on his channel. Yeah, that's right. It went from quite a high to quite a low. So I think on like the 1st of January or something like that, Dave had featured my Fluke 5200 repair on his channel as a guest video. And then a couple of days later, I think it was like three or 4 days later, something like that, they made the flood. And then it's like, went from being, oh great, I'm getting all these views and all these, subscribers popping up from Dave's video, or from Dave's featuring my video. And it's quite a big thing for me at the time because my channel wasn't that big. And I mean, I suppose right now it still isn't that big in comparison to some others. But I went from that high to being, having basically a flood and losing 3/4 of our positions. Yeah, that's fun. Like a week later, not even that. So yin and yang, give and take. Everything's a balance. Highs, lows, Maybe you thought, yeah, okay, 1975. So, okay, so maybe it's dead on arrival or something. Brand new failure. It's possible. Let's actually look for component numbers on here, see if there's anything in here with date stamps on it, or date codes. There must be something in here with dates on it. There you go, that pot there, 1973. So I'm just looking for date codes. There's a trimmer here on the front. It's got 1973 on it. So it's around that time. It's after 1973. There's a chip there, 72, 71. These transistors don't seem to say. Can't make a code out from those. So, I mean, in fact, that's the latest date there is 1973. So it seems to be at least after that date. There may be some other stuff we can see, but that's all I can see right now. So, yeah. So at least 1973. Hey. Yeah, that's right, Rob. What did I have here? I had some of your equipment here, didn't I? I was going to do a review, and it's double boxed, and the outer box got wet, the inner box is okay. Wasn't it, right? I don't remember what that was now. There's something I was going to review for you, wasn't it? It's sitting on my floor, in my office here. Yeah, that was lucky. That was very lucky. By a pair of willies. Yeah, exactly. YouTube's actually a bit this week. You better go and miss some willies. Yeah, exactly. It's always give and take, mate. It's always a balance. Anyway, so let's see if I can get this back panel off. Let's try taking these screws out from here and see if this releases the back panel or the side panels. Because I'm hoping there's some screws on the sides which allow me to take the back panel off. I honestly have no idea. So I don't know how to take it apart. It's probably in the manual, which I haven't read. Yep, that slides out. In fact, that might have slid out anyway. Was that just friction fit in there, or was that just... Actually, that might have just come out without taking those screws out. I think it might have done. Unless it relied on that to stop pinching it. Oh yeah, maybe it stops that. Yeah, because it's pinched that friction fit. So I didn't have to take them right out. I think just loosening would have been alright. Okay, cool. Do that. Leave them a little bit loose. Do not forget to tighten them back up again later. In fact, if I loosen it enough, it'll be obvious they're loose. Okay. Let's try this side. Yeah, my pull. So yeah, it's friction fit. That's clever. That's the first time I come across that mechanism type where it's literally being pinched in place. That still doesn't want to move. There we go. Alright. So there's the screws we've got to take out to get the back panel out. It's also got these clips here too. Let's spin these around to try and get these out. Got like fingers which dig in. So you can see it. The spiky fingers. I've seen these on something else. What was that? I think it was like a standard capacitor or something like that I had apart, and it was it a TR something? Showed it recently in the video when I was. Have I showed it yet? I was doing a review on something I had to do. It's a standard capacitor. No, you wouldn't have seen it yet. It'll be coming out next week, I think. Yeah, so I used it on that, but yeah. Actually, next week for the live stream, not next week for you guys, because it would have already been come out by now for you. But yeah, it's a very similar thing. It's got these little fingers which you need to kind of get released, so you can get the clip off. There we go. Not sure why they're there. It's got the screws on the sides. I'm not quite sure what the point of that is. Maybe it's there to help hold it whilst the screws are put in. Interesting. Right, let's unplug this other wire. Then that one down there as well. Unplug that if I can reach it. Maybe I can do that when I take the back panel off. It'll be easy to reach then. And I'll take out these two. Oh, the bolts. Need to get a spanner for that. All right. T066, is that a 40311? 40312. You're close. 40312. It's almost a good guess. That's quite impressive. Yeah, I've got to find a spanner which fits these things. Not that one. Not that one. In between those two. Whatever sizes they were. Not that one. It's definitely not that one. Well, okay, I've checked most of the sizes now. How can I not have the right sizing? Let's just do this logically, shall we? That's a 7mm. It's not a 7mm. It's definitely might be an 8mm. What's this one here? Can't read, I think it says 5. It's probably imperial size, so none of them will fit. Might be that one. There's a 6. Okay, I need like a 6.5 or maybe a 7. It's weird, I've seen a heavy one. Wow, that's odd. Maybe I should just like sit down and organise my spanners here. That's on my drivers. It's all kind of shoved in this bag. As I get them out, I don't put them back in properly. It's 3, 4.5, 4. I should go in there. Maybe it's a bit more sense. Eh? We'll put them back in as they're supposed to go. So when I'm trying to find the right one, I can find it. That's 5.5. I guess. Maybe I should start the biggest one. There's 9. That's 8. So let's start over here. I know this is boring for the live stream, sorry, but you know, I need to kind of do this, I think, because this is just driving me nuts about things not being in place when I'm trying to sort out what I'm doing. Just not putting my tools away. It's not good. I'll spin them so I can see the sizes too. That might be useful. What's this one? 7. Got 6.5. I think that's 5. And 6. Alright, so that goes there. So I don't have the size I need in these spanners. I seem to have one slot too few as well. I might explain why one of these is stretched a bit. Anyway, okay. Clips for the side dress. Oh, okay, maybe it's for those side pieces then to hold those lined up. Maybe. Maybe it's to hold those in. Maybe that's what it is. Hold the side panels. Alright, okay, it makes more sense. Right. So, I need something to undo those bloody what cat? I tried a 6, didn't I? Yeah, it's not a 6. Well, what's this one? It's an 8. I think I need like 7 or something. Or 6. 5.5. No. Oh. Here's a 7. Oh, it's loose. Nah. It's 6.5. It's 6.5 mil. That's probably an imperial. What's that? So yeah, we'll put it is that 1/4 inch you mentioned before. Probably is that. No, I don't have any imperial bloody sockets like that. Not in here. Actually, I could be wrong. Actually, I might be rescued. Thinking about this, there's a new acquisition. We might be rescued. There's a video coming out on Monday. It's a mailbag video, and I was a bit torn about what title to give it. Basically, it's a bag of crap from Temu, and that's kind of what I called it. Standard Heathkit holder. Yeah, okay. Yes, that could also maybe do it. Let's try that. Oh, you bang on. Yes, you're right. That does it too. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? I've got this set from Temu. It doesn't have 6.5 in it. It's got 6 and 7. But anyway, there's videos about that. But yeah, okay, yes, this I've forgotten about that. Well done, reminded me. So that video is I think that's quite an entertaining one actually. My wife's involved in it as well. There's a bit of banter going on in the background. So I think it's quite a good one. It should be quite good. Right, let's undo these. All this effort is to undo 2 screws. I should record a video on this. Right, so this bit actually fits it. I've kind of forgot that. This is a 1/4 inch screw head. Well, hex head. And these drivers sets, these standard driver sets like this, is a 1/4 inch. Ish. 6.5 mil ish. And that sort of size. So that should at least now mean that I can move the board. Because that was removing the brackets attached to the circuit board down there to help stabilise the circuit board. And I think I've only got that one plug to pull out from there, which I was going to do once I take the sides off. So let's get this unscrewed. That's another reason I like these older equipment, because construction's quite usually quite straightforward, and you can figure it out as you go. You just have to use your brain a little bit and just think. No, I've still got one wire attached, I'll be careful about that. And the transformers hanging off it. So, I think it's not going to go anywhere right now, but it could. That's kind of sitting in there. It wants to slide out backwards. This cat is driving me nuts. $6.35 mil. Cool. It was bigger on TV. Okay, cat, come on. Go outside. Cat, no, not biscuits. Come back. I'm not chasing around the house. Come on. Come on. Come on. Don't go outside. Come on. Come here. Stop running away from me, you bastard. That cat is such a pain in the ass. Lovely cat, but it's a pain in the ass. Okay, I'm going to take the bottom cover off so I can slide it back. Probably loosen this screw good enough. Oh no, it's come to chase me back in here now. Don't fall. Tom! Come here. No, he's running away back to the kitchen. I'm not going to check him outside, are we? Right, let's get some peace now. I hope so. Right. You're probably going running around the other side of the house and start looking on the cat flap again. Sell stuff that's not good enough to sell on AliExpress. That could be true. Although one of the items I got was actually quite good. I was quite impressed by it. At least on initial impression. All the other stuff, not so much. Figure 21 manual. Okay, well, I haven't got the manual open. I think I've got the manual. I think I have. Anyway, let's record some video on this. Maybe we'll take the bottom cover back off. Yeah. Okay, I'll take the bottom cover back off again because I think it's actually in the way. Just trying to keep it on the feet, that's all. Doesn't really matter much. I think it's in the way right now. Let's get rid of it. We'll need to go clean up anyway, but yeah. Flip this over. Now this moves out. Yes, it does. The whole circuit board's moving around. I think there's not much holding that left. There's not much holding that circuit board in now. It's basically bracketed off the rear panel. Yeah, it's all kind of. It's just coming apart now. There's not much holding it together now. Okay. But I need to get this wire here off. Now I can get my fingers in there. There we go. So that's the rear panel. So what I've got to do is take this socket off and replace it with an IEC. So that's going to be a bit of fun because it involves a lot of cutting and stuff and trying to make it fit. There's heaps of space inside the back panel. I can't say back panel here for it. I think there is anyway. And yeah. This is showing I'll cut the panel away because that's quite a thick panel as well. You can see how thick this is. That's a lot of aluminium to try and cut away. Current amplifier, isn't that not just a transistor? Well, yes, but this is for doing extremely low levels. This one, it's meant for doing like thermocouples, amplifying thermocouples, things like that. I think something like that. Have I seen 3D printable PH163 power connectors? No, I haven't. But then you still need the correct pins for it, to go in there. And also, I'm a bit kind of skeptical about the insulation properties of the filament and reliability, and breakdown voltages and that sort of stuff. I don't know. It might be fine. Is there space for a filtered? No, there isn't. There's no space for a filtered one. It's got this frame just here behind it. So a short one, standard short one, will have to go in. Basically much like the original one. And there's no filter on it either. There's no capacitors on it. Put a fixed lead in so I can go back if I want to. I'd never want to go back to that connector. Can you buy them. Okay. Right, okay, I'll have to look at that then. So, is that on Thingiverse or something? Is it that printer? Use PETG. Okay. Well, PETG would have been for strength. Nylon's got a much lower softening point, so it's got a creepage and stuff as well. Send me a link. Okay, cool, thanks. I'll have to look at those. I'm not going to do it for this particular example, but maybe it'd be good for a future one. I'm sure I'll get some more test equipment in the future which needs these things doing. It's almost inevitable, isn't it? Yeah. So let's take this apart. Okay, so we've got a green wire there. Green there. Anyway. So, I would have thought, was there green there? That's weird. I would have thought, who would use a green wire for a neutral? I thought it'd be like black, green, then white. Wouldn't that be what it is? You know, you got the hot side as it is in America, you know. Black is hot, then white was neutral, and then green is earth. I thought they had. I don't know, maybe I got it wrong. Anyway, we'll take those off. I might better use original wires if I'm careful. I think they're wrapped. Yeah, they are wrapped. Of course they're wrapped. Made of PLA would be fun. It's absorbing moisture, yeah. I feel you put a whole back panel. Yeah. Anyway, let's cut these off. So I should record video on this again, shouldn't I? Just down a little bit high. Yeah. So you've got the wires on here. Interesting, it's got black, white, green. I would have thought it would be black, green, white. I mean, the white is going to earth, so the green is definitely the neutral side, and black is obviously the phase or hot side. Yeah, interesting. I'm surprised they got those colours. It's almost like, I don't know, is that wrong? Maybe you can tell me if you're an American, I don't know. It's not the colours I would have expected. I can understand the black, because that's, you know, quite common, but the green to be on neutral, that's the one I'm not getting. Anyway, I'll try and cut these wires, because they're wrapped. And hopefully I can then just like desolder the wires and keep the original wiring. That's what I'm hoping for. Now I can just put a new plug on. Well, it's not, I say just, it's not just. And that piece went flying into here. There it is, came out. Cool, that's good. Go that way around maybe. Let's get the soldering on going. Yeah, that's what I read. But just obviously whoever built this thing used the wrong wire colours. Maybe they didn't have a white on there. I don't know, it's just weird. Well, that's just fallen off here. Make sure we put that back on again. I mean, I can understand the wrapping, that's fine. But yeah, the colours are just weird. Yeah, I need a bit more heat than this. Maybe a larger tip. Might see how we go. Maybe need fresh solder. There we go, that's one. Okay, let's go video on this. So I've got one wire out. That's a good start. Just have to make sure when I put the next connector in, I don't make this one the earth. Watch out for that. Make sure you tell me if I get it wrong, because I could get it wrong. This iron tip I've got here is a bit small, but that's fine. It's doing the job. Just. go. Done. Now we'll get the connector off. That's the easy bit. Getting the next one on is the hard bit. These can be 1/4 inch as well. Oh, it is. So these are also 1/4 inch. That's convenient. If I can get the nut back out of the screwdriver, it'll be convenient then. Oh, it's stuck. Now I've got 2 nuts in there. Oh, there's one. Where's the other one? Come on. Oh, dear. Nothing's the tweezers won't fix it. So there's that washer. Where's the other washer? There was 2 of them. There was 2 washers. There it is. Don't lose any bits. Heat shrink going over there would be nice to stay on there. Would be nice. If I can shrink it some more. Make it hold on again. Looks like it's been like pre-formed so it gets slipped on. Is that because that needs to move a little bit maybe? I think I'll heat shrink that so it stops it falling off. Probably regret it. I'll probably go, oh no, I need to take that off now. Is that enough? Not quite. A bit more. That's better. That holds it. Okay, won't fall off anymore. Now I need a connector. Could one guy? Yeah, it could be. Where are my connectors? Up there. In the box, which is stuffed full. They're in here somewhere. Right. No, I'll give you a clue, eh? This is what happens to the mailbag stuff. Ends up in boxes which are so full they kind of overflow. Anyway, I need to move this out of the way so I can sort through it. Give me a sec. I know I've got some terminals in here. They're probably just at the bottom. And then of course the challenge is to get it all back in again. All I thought would have left them fairly high up in the thing though, because here we go, here they are. Yay, I did. I was thinking. They're there, towards the top, because I thought I need to use those quite often, so let's not bury them at the bottom of the box like I did before. So that's good. One of them. Now the hard bit is going to be mechanically modifying that back panel to make that fit. Because obviously it's a bigger opening that needs to go in there. So I can't shove it straight through the hole, it ain't going to work. I need to cut that out. Now, what I've done before is I've used some nippers. I've got some little nipper things. Just lower down so you can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I should probably record a video on this too. So, obviously now, difference in size is an issue. I need to get that kind of in there, the other way up though. That way up. But I've got to nip this out. So, the problem is this is quite thick aluminium. Now I've done previously, I've got like a little nipping tool. And it cuts through aluminium just fine. I think this is too thick for it. I don't think you can cut through this. And normally I'll just like nibble away at it and just make it the right size. I don't think I can do it in this case. Which is why I take the back panel off. In order to give me access to that. And also the screw holes aren't the same spacings. So see the hole there on the right hand side. Does not like the left hand side one. Left hand side one's further over. See that? So we can kind of forget those holes. So we have to elongate those. Or maybe use one and move shift it one way. I'll be inclined to keep that side, move it to this towards the centre, which gets it further away from the frame that's inside here. Hopefully. Height wise should be fine, because that was, if I put this on the outside, it'll be like that. So the height is the same basically as the original one. So that's not affected at all. It's always something to check for. Don't want to get that wrong. Cut it out and find if the connector doesn't fit. So yeah, I've got to try and get this cut away. I mean, I'd like to nibble it away, but I'm not sure the nibbler is going to work on that. I do actually have some carbide bits. They've just arrived. Problem is, it's going to make a mess. I do have a Dremel, but it's not in this room. I have to go and get it from the garage. In fact, if I was to have to machine that, as likely I'd actually take it out there to do it, so I don't end up with metal bits everywhere. It was much easier to clean up and not so much of an issue. What did I come over here for? I walked over the other side of the room for something. Nibbler tool. I don't think that's going to go thick enough. Nah, not quite. It's like no, it's not going to do it. You can see down here. See the jaw of the nibbler. I'll try and show it differently. Hold on, let's readjust the camera again. Dickhead neighbour's motorbike. Likes making noise, that guy. Alright. So, there's the thickness and there's the jaw. So that's got to go in there. Actually, I should record video, shouldn't I? Yeah, record video. Push the record button. So, this is the nibbler I've got, which is normally used to nibble away panels and stuff. It's just got this like wedge shape, so it's like gradually cuts like scissors. So it starts on the edge and cuts across and shears it off. But this panel is too thick for this nibbler. I can't get it into the jaw. It's not quite there. Probably 1/2 millimetre. It's just not quite. And get the back end half in. You see that? The back half goes in, not the front half. Can't quite do it with that, which is a shame. Got it the whole way. Put it jammed up, can't get it working. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I could have taken a few solder out, but I mean, unwiring it, because you had to take the wires off to get the nut off. It did cross my mind, but I was thinking, nah, it's probably going to be a bit of a pain to mess around with that. Don't forget it's all racked as well. So I've got enough room to work here. I'll be fine. Plus, I'm probably going to do most of it from this side anyway. Meters in length and yards for width. Oh, that's not confusing at all. Yeah. So I actually did get some carbide bits recently. So they actually just arrived in mailbag. I got them from Temu. I want to take a last cutting through aluminium. So I'm going to go out into my garage and do this and machine all this up. I could be a little while because I don't want to make all the mess just here because it'd be horrendous. And getting aluminium splinters is not nice. And if I have it all on my desk, I'm almost guaranteed to get old, like lean on it and stuff like that, and get them in my hands. And I've done that multiple times. Worked on things, got splinters in the bottom of my hands. So I will pop out to the garage and do this. Hopefully it won't take me too long. I suggest everyone goes and get coffee or something, because yeah, I mean it's only it won't take too long to cut it out. Maybe I don't know. I kind of want to do it on camera, but yeah. Oh, make the mess, call the wife, and then run. The wife's gone out for the day. It's all on me. C5 would fit. Yeah. Okay. Yes. I mean, I don't have any C5 connectors. I don't know the one you mean. Yeah, trigonal fingers. Yeah, exactly not fun either. Yeah. So, I suppose I could try doing a Dremel low speed, or should I get a file? Maybe I've got a file. I could file it away. That could take forever. Okay, fine. I'll go and get the Dremel. I'll get the bits, and I'll do it here. And if I get metal splinters in my hands, you got a lot to answer for. I'll be back in a minute once I go and get the bits. This is going to get messy. Right, I'm back. Couldn't find the carbide bits. I think they might be in here still. Oh, there they are. Okay. So there's the bits I got. Here's my Dremel. Haven't charged the battery for about 3 years. It's probably still good. Yeah. Take a wheel off my chair. This chair doesn't have wheels. The other one does, but I suppose I might. Ian always talks about stealing my soldering iron. So these also arrived the other day. This some more collets, which may or may not fit this. So I thought I'd have a quick look at this while I'm at this point. Let's see these collets fit. Because I bought some before and they didn't fit. They were a different size. That's why they didn't fit. I don't know how good these are. Did they seem to fit? That does seem to fit. That's a good start. Because I've only got a couple of collets for this signature in here, in this box. That's one of those adjustable chucks like I've already got on it. And you've got these bits here. Are these the right size? That's the other thing I need to see. Yes, that fits too. Awesome. So that does work. Excellent. Happy with that. So the last set I bought didn't fit. These are 4.3mm, I think they are, and the original one I got was it 4.6 or something like that? I think it was. It just didn't fit. I can't remember exactly what the sizes are. Could be wrong, but yeah, it just takes a smaller one, not a bigger one, and that caught me out because I wanted spares because I only had two. It goes in here. So I've got these. Now the size of these could be a problem. I don't know. Focus. Here we go. So the actual teeth, the larger these are, like the further apart they are, the better they are for soft materials. So if you've got them quite close and tight, that's good for things like steels. But the more loose they are, and the fewer teeth there are effectively on each per revolution, the further apart they are, the less they clog for doing soft metals. So I'm not quite sure what we're going to get here. I think we should go with this one, that one there, because that's nice parallel. I could use either one probably, but I might need to. Let's go with this one. What else am I missing in the chat? I didn't read it all. Say goodbye and I think we're all left. Yeah. Looks too new. I've had this Dremel for a long time. There's a date on it. Doesn't seem to. Nothing obvious. Many years ago, I was talking with a guy in the US, and we were doing software together, and we were developing some various applications together. And I wanted a new Dremel. I wanted this Dremel, but I couldn't get it locally. We couldn't get it here, but he could get it for me. So he bought it for me, and obviously I paid him for it, and he sent it over. And obviously it comes with a 110 volt charger instead of a 240 volt charger, or 120 volt, whatever it may be. And that would be at least 20 years ago. It's at least 20 years old. Yeah, be at least 20 years old, this thing. So, yeah, that's how old it is. But it doesn't look like it because it hasn't had that much use. And the batteries are still good, which is the best bit. Now, can I get this in this chuck? I can. Brilliant, I can use that chuck. Are you ready for the maddening? If I get bits of aluminium, I'm going to be annoyed. Do you think I should put glasses on? I probably should put some glasses on. Do I have anything in here? Actually, do I have safety glasses in here? I've got some yellow ones. They're really fashionable. Got these. Guess I'll have to do. I got one with a laser. Something like that anyway. Yeah, those chucks. Once I got this chuck, I was very, very happy. No messing around with collets, you know. But sometimes you still need a collet rather than a chuck. Sometimes a chuck can't do it. But yeah. Anyway, let's see how we go. Oh, everything's gone yellow. Right. This is going to make a mess. You lot got a lot to answer for. So I should absolutely push the button to record video as well. Actually, I should adjust the camera slightly too. Maybe. So, I'm going to try and cut this with the Dremel, and we'll see what we get. This could make a hell of a mess. Yeah, I should probably actually figure out how big I want to cut. I know I definitely need to go higher with it. I've got to go top and bottom a little bit. I also need to move it to that side. So, I shouldn't just be like willy-nilly cutting it, but I know roughly what I need to do. I'll sort of do a bit at a time and sort of see how it goes. Let's try this. Also, I should mention this carbide bit's from Temu, so I'm not sure which is harder, the aluminium or the carbide bit. We'll find out. And also doing a slow speed because I don't want to have bits of aluminium thrown all over my desk. It's working. There's stuff coming off, but it could take a while. I'll stop recording video until I've done it. So I've used pretty good bits, really. Yeah, well, it's alright. It's only just here, so I'm doing it at slow speed. It's not going very far. So I'm not going fast. Well, that sounds fun. I think I'm bogging it down too much. Right, let's have a look, see how that fit is so far, see where we're going. You see it's quite messy. That's okay, I'm just trying to rough it out right now. Trying to gauge where I'm sitting. Okay, get in there, definitely need to come down more. Yeah, bottom sides it'll take a lot more off. Yep, okay. Might go slightly faster, bogging down. I bet it sounds awful in chat. In the live stream. I'm trying not to push too hard as well. Just trying to let the bit do the work. Sounds fun, doesn't it? It's definitely easy with a nipper. Sounds like your dentist. Did high, yeah. Well, the thing is, I don't want to do high IPM because I'm trying to not throw bits all over my desk. So it's still got a way to go yet. Jeez, it's still miles to go. Oh, actually, no, it's not that bad. Which side should I cut from now? Get that left hole lined up. Left side's alright, I've got to do the top a little bit more. Yep. Yep, okay, I'm getting there. It's not that bad. I'm halfway. Halfway. Speed's too wrong for that one. It's okay to take it to a corner. Yeah, I'm going to have to go faster. Lovely. No, see, the battery's going to get flat full finish. So look, see what's sitting. God, that noise is bad. Is the camera still on? It will be shutting off eventually. Yeah, another couple of mil. Width is almost there. Width is just about there. Just there's slightly more height. I think I need to go a little bit each side still. I see metal splinters in my future. So the other half was just sleeping. Do I have earplugs in? Inquire myself. No, yeah. Well, I can't really get them to you. They're a bit far away. You're not impressed with the audio. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. You guys wanted me to do it in here. I would have been doing this outside in the garage. Otherwise, it's all your fault. speed. More mirrors. Hey, we're in. We're done. We can stop doing it now. After much noise and irritation, it's in. At least it's lined up. I've still got to drill another hole for that yet, but that's not right. That's not a big deal. It's anyway there. Must be strong. Yes. Your wife, every life, indeed. Right, so I need to drill that out as well now for that other bolt hole. I'll use a Dremel for that as well, I think. At least it'll be just a drill hole. Yep, that's good. That's perfect. A little bit of aluminium in there. Not too bad, actually. It's actually done okay. Still feels sharp, as you expect to with aluminium. So it's got a little bit bound up in there, but not much. It's actually done okay. Where did I put the set? Over there. I was a sharp bit. The problem was I was using the speed quite low because I was trying to avoid throwing bits everywhere. So that was really not helping. I want to clean this up before I do much more. Oh, no, I'll drill it out first. Then I'll clean this up. Well, there's a bit which is probably big enough. Slightly big. Yeah, I don't have drills in here. No, I don't have any drills. I've only got the ones that come with the Dremel here. I thought I had more drills. I've only got some really tiny ones. This might be a challenge for the Dremel. We'll see what happens. Let's give it a go. Oh, use a sharp bit to drill a hole. Yeah, well, I've got one drill bit to choose. Oh, jeez, I'm back in the camera. I've got one drill bit to choose from, so that's what we're using. So that hole there lines up. So can I shove that screw through there? I can use the original screws. That'd be funny. Is it going to go in? So I try and get it lined up, you know. Just goes, I think. Yep. Gives me an alignment point. Double check the other side. Yep, it's good. So I drill through the plastic instead. No, battery's gone. That's the end of the battery. No, the other batteries, eh? It's in my garage. I've got it lined up. I'm halfway through drilling the drill bit, and the Dremel battery's finally gone, so I'll have to go and finish that in the garage. I shall I need to go and charge this battery. I might need to Dremel in here actually and charge that later on. Otherwise I'll forget about it. I shall take this out to the garage, stick this in my drill and finish it off. But I might take that screw back out again. That screw's too short anyway, I've got to change it anyway. Look at the mess on my desk, look at this. Anyway, I'll be back. Won't be long. Now make sure Ian doesn't steal my soldering iron again. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, now I've got a hole in it. Let me just put my bits back together here. I need to clean this mess up before I get metal splinters, because that's really irritating when it happens. How do I do this? Got stuff piled up everywhere, which is kind of in the way of the bin. Oh. Like I said, it's potato really. End up in the garage anyway, yeah, but I still I was out there for much less time. If I'd done this in the garage, I'd been gone for, you know, however long it took to do it. Well, maybe slightly less time because I could have done it faster. But yeah, at least, you know, you were here with me whilst I was doing it, I suppose. Otherwise, that wouldn't have been the case. Get those metal bits off this edge as well. And just to be absolutely sure, I'm going to wet this tissue down. Well, it's not tissue, it's paper towel. And just try and pick up any bits which might be too fine to get stuck in the paper itself. Okay, I think it's probably safe now. I'm probably still going to get metal splinter anyway, but hey, let's see how we go. See, they probably doing mechanical stuff. It kind of messes up the flow. It is done. Oh, I've still got some bits on this. Hold on. Just a little bit. Okay, back on track now. I need some hardware so I can bolt this thing on, because the original bolts aren't going to be long enough. Got a box for that. 3mm, 3mm. Those are going to be long enough. It might be. I expect so. Okay, check the chat. You always hit it twice to make sure it's counted. Yeah, thanks. That's great. Ah, dear. Okay, what size screws do I need for this? Well, these ones will do it. These might do it. That length there. These aren't countersink screws though. It's like the holes are the right size. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? They're a little bit too small. Let's force it through. There it goes in. And it sticks out enough, that's fine. Okay. Look at that. Beautiful. Do you think it's straight? Oh, mind you, the camera's not straight. It makes it hard to tell. I don't know. Is it straight? Ish. It's ish straight. That's kind of how straight it is. Can I use the original lock washers? That'd be funny if I can. I can. Alright. That, I only need a couple of nuts. 2 nuts. Come on. 2 nuts. Right. So I've got the thing mounted in there, kind of. I've just got the screws poked through right now. Now the original star washers are on these to help lock the nuts. I'm going to use them because they're the right size. Now I've changed it to a 3mm kit though, because that's the size I need. I had to make these longer to allow for the thicker connector and stuff like that. So not a big deal. But so I'll put these in. Now I could also put a bit of Loctite on these to make sure they don't come loose. I mean, with that, I should probably put a little bit of Loctite on there to make sure they don't come loose. I mean, the star washer should take care of it anyway. Yeah, I'm going to put a little bit on. The only thing I'm kind of mindful with these sockets is that because I've got it face mounted from the front, is that when you're pulling, like unplugging a socket, it's pulling on the plastic just around the screw head. That's all that's holding it in, is that little bit of screw head which is through that hole. Not much. I'm always kind of mindful of that. Just trying to think if I've got some countersink. That shouldn't matter. Yeah, I thought I had some countersink bolts. I didn't see them in there though. Countersink bolts. Are they long enough? I'm not sure it's long enough. Let's put that one back out. Let's have a look. Countersink might be better. It certainly looks better, but it's not long enough. So maybe no then. To answer that question, so yes, I did have some, just not long enough. Yeah, washers aren't. I mean, it's not likely to be an issue in reality, but this should never have to come off again, so why not just glue it? Just put a dollop in the back of that. Should have put it on thread itself before I actually put it on, but it's fine. I'll get in there. I think that'll fit too. Cool, fit. Yeah, it does. Look at that. Brilliant. Buzzer sugar video on this anyway. So got some Loctite on here. I've got lock wash on there as well, but I don't 100% trust those. A little bit of Loctite on there, won't take much, just to stop it from spinning. Shouldn't really come off anyway. I mean, it should never have to come off ever again. So, I mean, it's still removable. It's not like fixed forever, but you know, it's there. That'll do. Well, I can't do them really tight anyway, because don't forget it's going to plastic on the other side, so I can't do it really tight because that'll just end up pulling the screw head through the plastic. So I couldn't really rely on the tension and the digging in of the steel. Obviously, the on the aluminium side it's fine, that would bed into that, but the nuts it wouldn't. So anyway, that's fine. Bit of Loctite. Done. Okay, so that's that. Now we need to do the wiring. Now, the green's the earth, isn't it? Unbelievable. Okay, soldering iron still working. Just going to shove that through the hole and solder it. I'm not going to try and fold it or anything. It'll be good enough. I'm thinking this bit's probably too small for this job. This change bits. It was struggling last time. think this one will do it. Can't even push it in, it's so big. Right. This one's probably too big, but should I drop the temperature down actually? It should be able to handle it. It's just camera view. Try and get my arms out of the way. Problem with soldering stuff, I always end up basically blocking the camera view. It's always hard to try and do that. Okay, right. Before view it, camera's wonky. Right, let's shove this wire in. Now, because the wire colours are wrong, they're going to be wrong on here too. This is the earth, so it's going to shove this on. I'm going to solder it as it is, and we'll see how we go. I'm using a massive bit on this to try and get heaps of heat into this as quickly as I can, rather than using a small bit for a long time. Because I don't really melt the connector, because that would be bad after all this effort. Okay. Yep, both sides are done. So that's that one done. Now for the other ones, don't forget the black is the live, because, you know, American wiring. I should probably try and heat shrink this, but I'm not quite sure I've got enough wire there to actually get it around. I'm not quite sure if I could actually heat shrink that. I'd like to. Let me see if I can do something with that. And the bloody cat wants to come back in again. He's knocking. The cat's doing my head in today. Wish he'd go away. It's definitely being annoying. Great. Now, can I get these over the wire and heat shrink at the same time? Maybe. Should be that much length. All this is something paired up. Mind you, it's all part of what I need to do anyway. Then once I've done it, it's got to figure out how to use it. Maybe someone wants to read the manual and tell me how to use it, because I've got no idea. I got it because it's cheap, it looks interesting. Now, we put the red one and the black one, right? Because it's actually how it is. Alright, I'll try and show it through the hole if I can. Yeah, there it goes. Great. Right. So I put a bit of heat shrink on that one. Never put the heat shrink on after you've soldered it. I found it doesn't work too well. So I put the wire through. Actually, I'm thinking, is that the correct side? I always forget which side it is. I should make sure. Which is the live side on the IEC? I always forget which way around it is. Does it say on the IEC? It'd be convenient if it does. Yes, I'm on the right side. That's good. Okay, yeah, I'm double checked. It's good. That's the right side. Or the correct side. It's the left side, but it's the correct side. You know what I mean? Okay. So as long as we're clear. Right, solder this in. Again, same deal. We're going to try and do it quickly so I don't overheat the connector. Put some solder this side as well so it flows both sides, hopefully. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, that's all right. It's good enough. Okay, I'll stick that around. Yep, cool. And then the green one, which needs the black wire on. Or the black sleeving. Can I get through the hole? Yes, great. I should have my film extractor on for this, but it kind of makes it hard to do video because of the noise. I don't tend to do it if I'm only doing a little bit of soldering. Yes, what I thought was not going to stay there, is it? Come on, flow through. Might not have enough solder on it yet. It's always the last one gives trouble, isn't it? You notice that? It's always the last one. See, this fell off again. Let's strip some more of this back. Oh, heaps of wire. I think it's burning. Ouch. Where's my tweezer gone? Here it is. Now don't forget, the colours on this aren't right. So, normally green would be the ground pen. In this case it isn't because it's not the right one. They used the wrong colours for some reason. The white is the ground on this one right now. And this is not taking. Why is this not taking? It's been challenging. It was taking ages to cool down. Still molten. I might drop my temperature down a bit. I'm still not happy with that solder joint. The other ones went so well. This one's being resistant. It's interesting. Still not happy with it. Let's try this way so the solder runs towards it, eh? Sometimes that'll make a difference. I have to drop the temperature down a little bit more. It's still taking too long to go off. That looks really ugly. I do not like that. Why is this one being such a pain? The other ones are so easy. Come on. There we go. Still ugly, but good enough. That was a pain. I suppose I pulled this hot enough. Yes, my fingers are light there before I started using the tweezers. It was getting that way. And these two screws, which have got these imperial screws and nuts, the original ones, I need to put these to one side and not lose those because they could be useful as something. Repairs on something else. That's one. Where's the other one? There's the nut. Where's the screw? There it is. Sometimes you get things and it's like one screw missing, you know. It's useful for that kind of thing. Right, that's that done. It's got to heat shrink that. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, let's heat shrink these on. Done. Bacon, yeah. Plus look at these capacitors, well I've got easy access to them. See through the back. There's no signs of leakage or anything. That's a good sign. But they are still 50 years old. They've got 1971 date stamps on the capacitors. Yeah. Try and see what the values are. 35 volt. See 35 volt one of those. Don't know. Can't quite see. Sure, it's in the manual anyway. 220 microfarad, 35 volt. At least that one here is. So is that one in there. It's the 220 as well. Probably all the same. Alright, let's put this thing back together. Right, let's refit all this together now. I've got to get this pin on first while I've got access to it. Then I can slide the back panel in and try and get it all lined up nicely. It's just a bit tricky getting this pin in. It's even trickier trying to show you me doing it, so I won't be. Come on, get in. Okay, it's on. Screws, screws, screws. Right, these ones. This camera's wonky again, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's wonky. Let's fix that. Should be more like that. Not tightening yet, I'm just putting them in roughly in place. So it's aligned. So that's all lines up. Put those other two there for the circuit board mounts. Maybe. So I can align it. Now I can tighten these up. Good thing is if I do have to replace these capacitors, I can access them easily from the bottom. It's not an issue. But it's really easy to do. Alright, so we've got these clips here to go back on. sure I remember though. Is that way around? Is that way around, wasn't it? There's spikes on the inside, well the outside edge, sorry. So it goes like that. And like that. The scratch marks tell me where they go. I mean, it's just like a clip anyway to hold the sides in it. So the sides slot into those to hold them in place. That's nice. Let's put the sides in. That's all looking quite dirty. I don't know, should I put them so? They're going to give them a wash. I'll leave them out for now. Right, let's plug everything in. Let's see if it goes. Plugged in. Hopefully this wire's still the right way around. I can see the pins. Make sure I'm not out by one or something, because that would always be really bad. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That one's in. Make sure it's definitely pushed out. Can't reach it. Okay. I think we're good. We can plug this in and try it now. Wherever it works. Get around the bits of metal out of the way first. Should we test capacitors before we try and pair it up? These are all film caps down here. Polystyrene on film. Polypropylene type caps, looks of it. Or polyester. I think they're polypropylene. Okay. It's only those electrolytics, those 5 electrolytics we have to worry about. I think I should probably check them first before we pair it. Where are they? There. And I can't see it. Is it there? No, here. Has that been resoldered? That solder looks slightly shinier. Yeah. That capacitor there. This looks a bit different. The solder looks slightly shinier, like it's maybe been reflowed. I don't know, it looks slightly different. There's definitely original, I mean they're old, so you know, it's not like it's been swapped recently or anything. Let's get the capacitor tester out. Linear 150 watt iron. Oh yeah. I think my worst one. No, you can see the scar. You can still see the scar there on my wrist. There's a little white spot just there. I was doing soldering, and back then I used to flick the solder. Right. Don't do that. I didn't have like I've got now, the brass ball or whatever it is. I used to just flick it off onto the desk. Right. I would just flick it off to clean the iron off, you know, the excess solder. And I went to flick it, and instead of going down, it went up. It went up, I went splot onto my wrist and burnt its way into my wrist. That was fun. Don't flick solder. That was very painful, and it took a while. That was quite nasty for a while, actually. It took about a month to heal up, basically. So yeah, don't do that. Right, let's check capacitors. There's only got 5 of them in here, so the rest are all polypropylene or polystyrene caps, so we'll just check the electrolytics and see what these come out as. Looking at a good connection. Come on. Looking at a very good connection on this one. There we go. 286 and 0.41. The capacitance is quite high, it's a 220 microfarad. So that's 25% up. It's getting up there. Still within realms though. And sometimes they've got like 50% tolerances on them. So there's that one. Let's check the next one over here. 274.39. long as there's nothing horrendous, I'll power it up. 270, yeah. $261, $262. I mean, they're all really close to each other. I reckon these caps are still in good condition, and it's something I'm unlikely to use. And in fact, there's no signs of aging really. It all looks really good. I'm tempted to not do my usual thing and replace them all. I've got 220s there. It's 220 for my 35 volt is what the caps are. I do have them, but I don't think it's necessary. Not in this case. I mean, they've lasted 50 years and they're still measuring fine, so I think they're alright. They can probably last another 10, I hope. Nine tantalums in there as well. Oh no. Tantalums. I wasn't looking for tantalums. Oh yes, so there are. Jesus. Yeah. It's this blob type. Two there, one there, one there, one there. He says there's 7. Well, that's 5. Where's the other 2? Oh, there they are, over there. I need a transformer. Alright, cool. So, I mentioned that in the video as well, I suppose then. So, this has 7 tantalums in here as well, which can be problematic. These are like a blob type. These are really old original tantalums. Maybe they're better, I don't know. Or maybe they're going to catch fire when I power it up. Don't know yet. So, I've got 3 in here. There's one there, and there's also 2 underneath the transformer just over there. So, if there's any magic smoke, it'd be from one of them. Alright, power switch. Trying to see which way's on, which way's off. I think that's off. Okay. Output there, input here. If I turn these right down to these, I'll do 0 check actually. Got fine control, polarity. Alright. Rise time. Let's do a slow rise time in case it helps take the edge off things. I don't know how to use it. No idea. Haven't read the manual. I should double check the power. Yep, still on the right voltage. Let's tidy up a little bit. I've got a few things running around now. Get rid of all that stuff. Oh no, not over my hardware box. It's everywhere. That's what I'm trying to clean up. It's ironic, isn't it? I'm trying to clean up, but I've got too much stuff lying around, so I'll trip over stuff that's lying around. Thankfully, stuff's so full, it doesn't really fall very far. It doesn't go that far because it's so full. Right, let's put this away before I trip over it again and hurt myself. Right. Okay. It's getting warm here, I might turn the air conditioning down a bit more. Saw the lights and everything. Fills up the heat. And the soldering iron, and hot air station, all those sorts of things. Oh, right. So, I'm not quite sure what to input on and output on this thing. Volts per amp. So it's gain, so it lowest gain, 0 check substitution, no gain, so it should be off effectively. Suppression. I've got no idea. Let's just power it up, see if any magic smoke comes out. So ready for the magic smoke test. Yeah, if. Right, turn it on. Although by rights, I should have checked the connections on that power socket to make sure they're all good. And also check the transformer to make sure it's good before I put power on. I haven't done that. It's drawing 4 watts. And it has a light on. So I thought I had the thing turned off already. I guess that's off. So off is 0 power draw, that's fine. And on is drawing 4 watts. So no magic smoke yet. These screws are still loose because I put the side panels on. But okay, it's drawing 4 watts. I'm watching to see if it drops at all. It seems to be maybe dropping, I'm not sure. It's saying 4039 right now. Let's just get a better shot of that. I'm watching to see this because it's sometimes flicky 1.5. The resolution on this isn't perfect. You know, it does it in steps. So it says 39.15 is a step. If it drops down and sort of stays there, then it's capacitors reforming and stuff like that. Now these are 35 volt caps, so I'm fairly comfortable touching them with my finger. I could get a zap, but it's unlikely. Let's feel the temperatures. Fine. On the insulation. Fine, 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 fine. Okay. Not hot. Yep, that's all fine. So nothing's getting hot, which is an indication of capacitor having a bit of a bad day. Although the power's dropping. Right. Well, it probably is reforming caps. I mean, say this has been sitting on my bench, well, on my floor, waiting to be on my bench for quite some time now. It's been months, many months, maybe. So it must be approaching a year. Yeah, it's still flicking down, so it's still dropping. So I think these caps are reforming. Or something is. Or something's melting. It could also be possible. So I kind of need to see what the output is on this thing. So it's a current amplifier, so it should be outputting a current, shouldn't it? I might need to refer to the manual. Let's go do that. I'm going to leave it powered up. Still, I don't know, I'm not sure if it's dropping or not. I mean, that should change when like, yeah, it's just gone back up again when I flipped it. It's gone back up. Maybe it's the earthing from the casing, like screws being loose. I'll still have screws back up. Maybe it's not liking that. Or there's something else. Maybe there's a dodgy connection which is plugged in or something. That's still the same. It's 4039 now. It's gone back up. Plug-in boards. Let's go up again when I move that. With this one. Yeah, it's jumping around by moving things, which is interesting. I might need to refresh connections. So now it says 411. Let's reseat some connections. So I did these screws up thinking maybe it's an earthing issue causing the power to vary by moving it around. It wasn't that. So then I started touching these connections here and it did change its power. So I'm thinking these connections probably need reseating. So I'm going to pull these off and just put them back on again, wherever I can. Just a little bit of that, slide them out a little bit, slide them back down. I've turned the power back off because it'd be silly not to. Can use a plastic tweezer in here if I can. Since it's had power on it, might still have a voltage lift. Can't get to it. Can't get my fingers in there either. Gonna have to use a metal tweezer. Step from the sides though. There we go. And slide it back on again. Just trying to refresh the connections a little bit. I mean, really, you should put a bit of deoxit on it as well. There's one more connector just down here, which I haven't lifted yet. Which is also awkward to get to. Actually, there's one there too. So I want to just basically reseat every connector, because sometimes that can make a difference. That's that one there. And get to this one, maybe. Not with those fingers. There you go. Reseated that one too. That shield is pushed in properly. I think that's every connector. I don't think I've missed any. Let's try that again, see if anything's changed. No, it's just 3.6. 3.6 watts. It dropped it by half a watt by reseating connectors. Well, that's interesting. Definitely did something then, didn't it? Let's leave it on power. Let it reform capacitors. So this is why I reseat connectors and stuff, because it changes stuff. You think, oh, it's connected. Well, it was connected 50 years ago. Bit of oxidization, even gold oxidizes. It does not to the same extent as other materials do. Alright, let's find the manual. Let me just find it on here, then I'll show it on screen. Give me a second. Keithley folder. Keithley. It's a 427. Which is the one I probably want. Let's go for this one. Alright. They make it bigger, so hopefully you guys can see it too. Right, top screen. Here we go. Obviously, we're going to read the whole thing. Let's have a quick look and see if it can tell us how to use it. Because I don't have a clue. Even like a performance check or something like that. Information about it here. High speed feedback type amplifier. Automated semiconductor testing, what's it based on? From 50 years ago. So it's probably cutting edge back then. Mass spectrometry or gas chromatography. Right. Some specs and stuff there. Does it tell me how to actually use this thing, how to set this up? Some understanding like how it actually works. User information, but theory of operation. Yeah, well, okay. I'm looking for something like a performance verification. That's the kind of thing I actually want to find, because I can kind of set it up that way and see if it works. Applications, current measuring. No, it's just telling you what it can be used for. So I should have read this before I did the review. Too many reviews recently. Before I should have did the live stream. Accessories, assembly instructions, circuit description. I mean, could you power rails? We haven't done that yet, have we? I'm sure they're fine. Maybe. Power is still 3.6 watts, hasn't changed. Placeable parts. Does it have performance testing? Come on. Calibration. Is that good enough? Let's have a look. Keithley 261, I got one of those. 163, I don't have one of those. Or that. Or that. But I've got equivalents, obviously. I'm not going to go through the whole process. I just want to find, is it working? I don't hook it up wrong and do something and damage it or something. This is all about calibration, which might be a good enough guide to tell us how to use it. So 261 picamp source onto the input. So I need a current source on the input. I've got 220, haven't I? I've got 220 here. But I don't have a Tri-X to BNC adapter. Oh no, I can adapt. I can do that. Although the Tri-X is playing up on that one. Yeah, it's part of the reason I want to work on that one, because the Tri-X connector's bad. I can't trust it to actually keep working. Okay, so it looks like it's a voltage output with a current input. Yeah, okay. I'll check the chat again. You guys are probably telling me in the chat exactly how it works, or something. You know, it's probably someone who says, "Hey, do this." So I need a current source on the input and a measurement of the output. Output voltage is easy to check. Okay, I need a. I've got a 261. I've got a Keithley 261. Since that's what it says to use, but probably don't have to use that. But yeah, I'm gonna get my 261. I'll be back in a minute. Yeah, no, that's not a good view, is it? Give me that one. I'll check the chat before I walk away. Looks like Crichton Red Roof. Yes, yes, I did look like Red Roof. I need a haircut. Right. Okay, get the 261. Right, I'm back with a 261. Did a video about this before, so it's not the first time you've seen it. Probably. Plug this piece in, untangle the power cable, so I need some cables to hook things up. I need I need to hook up the output to the hook up the Keithley, use the Keithley on the output. DC volts, that's fine. Shove that on the carefully. And I want that up. Transconductance amplifier, indeed. Heck, your head's going. So input from here to there, I've got to do the same kind of thing with a shorter cable. I've got a second one here somewhere. Right, this has already started going again. Have I done this one? Actually, I don't think I've done this one. These dials are starting to go crusty. Was this one I did? This one I did, wasn't it? Yeah, I painted it, but it's even the paint's going. What's going on with this one? This one's being such a pain. Okay. Yeah, I thought I fixed all that. Let's come back. That's irritating. Got to readdress that. Right. I have to read the manual again, find out how to set the shit up. Okay. Change views. So the Keysight is currently putting out 11.7 volts, which is interesting. I say the Keysight, everything's currently Keysight. A Keysight current source has got this thing, and a Keysight multimeter measuring it. Well, it's saying minus 11.7. It's saying it the whole time. Yep. Sorry, plus 11. Let's change polarity and it's not changing. I don't know, maybe that's not working right. Obviously I don't know what I'm doing. Let's go minus 6. That's still on 0 check. That's currently off. 10 to minus 5 is minus 6. Right. Yeah, it's not quite that easy. It's the material's breaking down. So I've done other ones before. The top knobs are done as well. Where the I've actually painted them, but that one there I've painted as well. But that one, maybe the paint didn't go very well on those top knobs, on that bottom knob there, because the it's starting to go crusty. Anyway, I have to look at that. Back to the manual. Let me just pull this up again. And I should have shut it, should I? Should have left it where it was. I've got to find it again. So I'll find what 1 or 2 calibration points so I can verify it's actually doing what it's supposed to do. I really wish I had more time to sit down and read this thing. I also want to see what I need to check for on the output versus what the input is. Okay, set the voltage switch, check the power supplies, which we haven't done. Overload circuit check, we can do that, I suppose. It makes sense. Let's just change view so you guys know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this stuff over here right now. Suppression controls 9.5 volts. Okay. Reading the fucking manual here. Yeah, it is easy to read. But I'm trying to figure out if it's actually working correctly, that's the thing. So. Zero check is on. You have an overload light on. Let's actually put some current into it and see if there's anything happening. Voltage is still the same, 11.7. Yeah, that's not mattering. So the fact the overload light is on all the time, unless I do that, little zero check would turn it off. What's it manual say? I'm skipping through the bloody thing. Gain 10 to 6. Gain 10 to the 6, so that one there. Suppression 10 minus 5. So that one there. Lifetime 300 milliseconds. Okay. And apparently I should turn this to get 9.5 volts on the output. Well, I'm not seeing any change on the output. So this may have an issue. So sometimes it showed minus 11 and sometimes it says plus 11. This is minus 12. Interesting. There is some activity. I'll do there. Overlight light gone off. And that's saying minus 1.1. So something's happening. I just need to figure out how to use the damn thing. Let's overload again. Right, so if I go down to 10 to the 6th and bring it down, is that going to work? No. Apparently not. Well, it is controlling, so if something is happening. Oh, that is dropping now. I'll turn it around the other way. That is increasing. Okay, yes, it is doing something. So I need to get these levels set up correctly. That's what's wrong there. Right. What am I missing? I'm missing something somewhere. And oh, you guys have plenty of time to read a manual. Must be tell me by now. Yeah, I was trying to do this bit here, but that's not really 10.6 push and minus. So negative polarity. Yeah, maybe I missed that bit. Negative polarity. So 10 to the 6, 10 to the minus 5. 300 milliseconds. Yes. Don't currently have an overload light on. Okay, that's something. The overload light should come on between plus 10 and plus 11. Right. So change polarity, repeat it. Okay, that's interesting. Do I have a ham license? No, I don't. I'll turn the input off. Yeah, if I turn the input off, it goes off. There we go. Okay. So it is reacting. The output is changing, so I think it is actually working. I just need to figure out how to use it. Let's change view so I can see what I'm talking about. Push that button there. Right. So the overlight will go off. If I turn the output off here, it does come on back on again. And then the voltage output comes on quite a lot. So it's responding to input. So that's all good. The problem is for me, the scientific notation stuff just does my head in. It's not how I think. So that's always a problem. So 10 to the minus 6 on here with 10. So if I did 1, that would be the same as that. Should be 1-to-1 ratio. Overhead lights on. 10 to the minus 5, 10 to the minus 6 should be 1-to-1 output, I guess. The thing is, this changes the output as well. So that's fully clockwise now. It says minus, or sorry, plus 0.4. Go all the way the other way. That's fully anti-clockwise, and it says minus 1. Okay. I didn't see where it said what voltage, what current to import into it. I didn't see that bit. It must say what current to input in order to get those readings. I'm obviously missing something here. Let's reading again. I mean, is this thing just used for relative measurements rather than absolute measurements? Could that be it? I'm just trying to read it still. Yeah, problem is I don't know how to use this damn thing. And that's what's really the issue now. It's like, it could be working perfectly, and I just don't know yet. I don't understand how to use it yet. I'm confusing myself with it. Because I'm kind of rushing, trying to absorb it as quickly as I can, so I'm not waste so much time in the stream. But yeah, let's get back to here again. There again. I'm trying to read this right now. Let's chat again. Put gain 0. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got the overload indicator off, but as I'm turning the fine control, it's changing the output voltage, which wasn't what I'd be expecting. I would have thought the output voltage would have been a ratio of the input current, but it's not working that way, so that's quite interesting. Do what David said, yeah. Zero check. Oh, camera's turned off. Wake up. That's bad timing. Okay. So zero check. So that shouldn't matter right now because it's in zero check. This is what I did before, as I kind of did this and I wasn't seeing the overload indicator go off. So I'll stick it in roughly in the middle. No, it's around there somewhere. So that's with the output set on 10 minus 6 with 1. Maybe there's a point where it's like locks on or something. Goes off there. Barely goes off there. That's saying almost 10 volts. If I go there, that's also still okay. Same voltage. Actually, that is locked on. Yes, 9.92 there. Yes, it settles again, goes 0.985. Then 94.7. Or is it just because of where I've got the knob? I think it's where I've got the knob, because that is still dialing up. How do I change it? Because we've got zero adjust. Is that what I need to be doing? But I don't want to make any adjustments to it just yet, unless I actually know how to use the damn thing. It could be the zero adjust, but I doubt it. I need to sit down and read the manual. I think we might just leave it here, on this particular device at least, and just let me go away and read the manual and understand how to use the damn thing. Because I don't want to be changing anything if I don't actually understand how to use it. Oh, your clock's go back today. Oh, we did ours end of September. That's been forward. Yeah. That's been forward, not back. Get it right. Yeah, so I don't want to make any adjustments until I understand how to use it, because I don't want to misadjust it, and it could be perfectly fine. It could be really well calibrated. I don't want to mess with it if I don't know what I'm actually bloody doing. But the overload light is like an indicator, tells you what's going on, kind of. But the fact the upper voltage, I mean, that's scaling, right? That is scaling like in decades. So as I go by a decade in this, it is changing the upper voltage. But that's relative to that dial setting. So if I turn the dial, the voltage changes. So it's not like it's locked onto a voltage, which isn't what I'd expect. I expect it to be like a ratio of the input current. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm going to have to learn how to use this thing. So I think we have to leave it for now. If I turn that input on again and do positive polarity, just in case somehow I've stumbled on something different. No, it's the same. That's still changing by decades. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, still changing with that. Yeah, so I don't know. I've got no idea how to use it yet. I'm going to have to figure that out. Which is annoying, because I'd really like to sort of know for sure whether or not it's working. But I'm going to have to sit down and read the manual to understand it. And it looks like a really simple device. It's not working the way I expect it to. So I'm not sure if it's got a fault or not. That's what I need to understand. Yeah, zero adjust. Well, nah. Yeah, so I think I might leave that as it is. In this state, though, the current is now 2.6. Oh. It's 2.6 watts now. Still coming down. Has it got something trying to use it? I don't know. In zero check, it does 3.5 watts. Okay. 4 watts up there. Let's turn the other off. Yeah, okay. So the output, well, the input current is relative to the setting that's been set, which isn't that surprising. Okay, well, I think I might leave it there for the time being, at least on this thing. We'll do something else. But done the main things there, that's good. Once I figure out how to use it, then I'll record some more video on it and sort that out. so it's actually a bit more clear cut whether or not it actually works. Because right now, even I don't bloody know. It's definitely doing something. Whether it's right, that's the bit I don't understand yet. So that Keithley multimeter, which is at 7510, really nice multimeter. Fan's a bit noisy on it for my liking, but the multimeter itself is really good. I'm really impressed with it. How about these? Oh dear, must be dusty or something. Coming over here. I guess barbecue pork, nice. Yeah, I haven't settled on whether this thing's actually working yet or not. I just kind of know it's, yeah. Need to set to 0 before measuring. This sets the amplifier's offset to 0. So you're trying to say you zero it as a relative measurement, and then the measurement you take from that point should be accurate scaling of the voltage input or the current input. Okay. But I need to get my head around. I'm not comfortable that I understand how it works completely and how to use it properly. So I've got an idea roughly, but it's not good enough to actually be sure it's working correctly. So that's what I need to work on for that. So I'll put this to one side. We'll do something else. But at least I've got the power socket changed. That's the main thing there. That was going to be a bit of a problem. Readjust things again. Might put the covers back on this. Don't lose anything. So we've got 3 other devices we can look at. I don't remember what the rankings were for those devices when we did the poll. So I'll try and look at the second choice item, you know. Is it screwing in nicely? Yeah, okay. It's got these little wafer type screw inserts, which sometimes move, like this one has. There we go. Anyway, no major smoke. That's almost disappointing in a way, isn't it? Because major smoke's always, you know, a thrill. Gives you something to do. Come on, Kevin. So, any idea which device we're going to look at next? We're going to do the 617, which needs a full recap. That's going to take a while. We could do the 220, which is the triax connector needing to be replaced, which could be a little bit fiddly. Not particularly exciting either, though, to be honest. Or the Edifier stereo, which needs audio chip changing, in the hope that it will fix the problem with it. In the hope. I don't even know it's going to work. the biggest one. Spectrum analyzer was second. What's spectrum analyzer? There was no spectrum analyzer. Are you talking about an HP 8598, aren't you? I think that's what you're talking about. Let's go and blow my nose. Give me a second. Right. Wash my hands as well, got some of the dust off. Okay. Anyone likes it, don't involve a Dremel. Yeah, okay. Well, just wish you welcome to the channel. Most of what I do is I do a lot of mailbag videos, like unpacking mailbag things. What I purchased, that's one of the things I do on a Monday. If I've got stuff to do. Wednesdays, if I do a video on a Wednesday, it's a review video. I'm reviewing something which a manufacturer sent me. And Fridays are my repair videos. So I try and do a repair video every week if I can. And I'm putting apart usually bits of old test gear and things like that and refurbishing them, repairing them, and that sort of stuff. So that's what I try and do. I've done like 1,400 videos or something, according to YouTube, something like that. Actually, more than that. But yeah, I've done quite a few. So that's the sort of thing I normally do. It's all electronics based. You know, all the mailbag stuff's usually around electronics, sometimes mechanical, but mostly electronics. Put me in a comfy chair. Okay. Got to deal with well. Oh dear. Right. So it's definitely not a spectrum analyzer. I know that wasn't part of the list, David. Okay. Which choice you got? Do I have to do another poll? So it's QF220, which is the tri-X connector replacement, which then means I can actually then calibrate that thing, which I wouldn't do during live stream because it'd probably be tedious and boring. The Keysight 617 electrometer, which is a full refurb, stripped down refurb. Again, that's going to be a big job. I think I've got all the presses for that. I'm not sure I've got everything, but I think I do. And the Edifier stereo, which needs the audio IC replacing, which is there's two of them in the bag. It's one of those chips. So I got two. You always need a spare. You know that works. That could be tricky and a bit fiddly, and I don't know how much you better see because it's going to be all really small componentry, and I'm going to be crammed into my hands, and it's all going to be hot air and vacuum and stuff like the air filtration system I have to run. So I don't know if that's going to be a good one for doing on live stream because the reality is you probably wouldn't really be able to see much. It's even going to be hard enough to try and record video about it. So I don't know what else have we got here. Must have something else I can look at. Well, I've got the Valhalla 2703 AC calibrator. That's been sitting on the bottom of my pile for quite some time now. Since I got the Datron calibrator. Yeah, once I got the Datron calibrator, the Valhalla got put to one side, and I tried to calibrate it, and I made a mistake. and I screwed up all the calibration constants. So that needs like redoing. I don't know if it's actually got a fault or if it's just completely out of whack, because what happened is I had the calibration key turned on and I turned the power off, forgetting the key was turned on. Now, it doesn't save the calibration stuff until you turn the key back off again. And so because the key was turned on and I turned the power off, it corrupted all the memory and lost all the calibration data. So it needs doing from scratch. That's why it's still sitting at the bottom of the pile. Because how long has that been sitting there now? 3 years, maybe? I intend to get to it. I've already fully refurbished it. It's been fully recapped and stuff like that. So all that's been done already. But yeah, I was trying to adjust it when I got my Datron calibrator, because that's better in so many ways. But yeah, I was trying to do a calibration between that, the Datron calibrator, or something else. What was I calibrating against? Because the Datron calibrator is the only AC source I've got apart from the Valhalla 2703. And I think I was using a Fluke 540A, the thermal transfer standard. I think I was using that against... Yeah, what was I doing? I think I was using the DC output of my Datron calibrator in the Fluke 540A thermal transfer standard, cross-checking against the Valhalla 2703 to try and calibrate the AC output so they'd be matching. I think that's what I was trying to do. But yeah, I made a mistake and forgot I forgot to turn the key off before turning the power off, and screwed it up completely. So yeah, that was... And I just put it to one side. I thought, oh, sod it. I'll do it later. And I haven't got back to it. Yeah, so, yeah. No Dremel, no Dremel, probably not. If you haven't fixed it in 2 years, you throw it away. Well, the thing is, a lot of stuff I get is I repair them and I put them in storage. Like I've got my other room. Well, I suppose I call it my other lab, but it's another room smaller than this one, and I've got my storage out there basically, and I've also got a desk out there as well. It's mainly for doing RF stuff and doing radio work, which I don't tend to do much of these days. So I set up for that, but I've got all my storage stuff out there, and it's also really, really full. And yeah, so anything I fixed goes out there, which is where I went and got that Keithley 261 from when I went to go and fix that. So that's stored out there with all the other bits and pieces. So if you see me do a repair video on a piece of test equipment, there's a good chance I've still got it and it's in that storage room. Not everything. I do try and sell some things, but if it's something I'm not really needing, then I'll sell it. But if I've got more than one thing which will do the same job, I like to have at least two things that can do the same job. So I've always got a backup. That way, if one thing fails and you need another one of those to fix it, you've got something to do it with. That can happen too. You know, it's like needing an oscilloscope to fix an oscilloscope, for example. You know. We need a tour in there. Oh, you don't. Yeah, the other room, you don't want a tour of that. It's a mess. It's absolutely horrendous in there. I mean, it's organised, kind of, but it's a mess. Anyway. Yes, this is the other side, definitely. Yeah, the the other side of the room in here, I mean, I don't know, you can't see it when I do the other view, but yeah, it's I've got a lot of stuff, and it's a bit cramped. Anyway, what the hell I'm going to work on? We could completely flip it. We could do something completely different. Could do a MacBook. Got a few of these sitting around waiting for me to do it. What's this one? This says cracked screen, but works well. Yeah, it's all cracked here. It's all perspex is all broken. Yeah, I've got a few here. Maybe this one. I don't know what this one was. I've already recorded some videos on a bunch of ones I've already fixed. I've got maybe half a dozen MacBook repair videos recorded. What I was thinking about doing is doing like a series of them. Let's do like one, every week. Let's have like a month or two of MacBook repairs. So every Friday is a MacBook repair. Although people who don't like MacBook repairs probably wouldn't like that very much. So it's kind of made me wonder a little bit about doing that method. Although it would be quite, good to have like MacBook repair after MacBook repair for YouTube analytics and YouTube promotion kind of thing. But YouTube would like that, do one after another, repeat the same thing over and over again, within reason. But yeah, I'm kind of hesitant. There's drawbacks from that, because people who don't like MacBook repairs will be uninterested, and those people fall off. So it's a computer repair, man. Yeah, how exciting is it going to be? This is a different one. Still dirty. I haven't cleaned it yet. I don't remember what the story is. This one's got these dents through it. Yeah, I don't remember. I think this might be keyboard replacements or batteries or something else. Computers are boring, Macs even less. Yeah, exactly. It's not that exciting. So I'm kind of hesitant to do a big repair series on MacBooks, even though I've got a bunch of them to fix, and so I've already done a bunch of footage. I'm trying to make sure that when I do those, when I edit them down, I'm going to be trying to edit them as quickly as I can to keep them as short as possible, to try and keep the interest up, but yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things. But yeah, I've got 7. Yeah, I've still got 7 MacBooks here to fix. The rest of them are already done. They're already refurbished, and most of them didn't read that much, but some did. Let's have a look. Screens are, yeah, well. Yeah. Little scopes, eh? DM63. DM63, I'm not sure what that one is. We'll have to look at that. I don't know, I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with that one. Because now my throat's starting to go as well, because I've been talking so bloody much. I don't know what to do. I need to look at my list and see what these MacBooks are. Some of these might be really quick, easy fixes. Just haven't got around to doing them yet. I know I've had the box sitting here for a while. Let's have a look. I have a list here somewhere of what's wrong with them all. Well, I've inspected them. Let me find that, and I'll see if it's worth looking at one now, if it's just a quick one to get rid of. So I've got, say, unit number 6. Was it 6? That is number 6. Interesting. 6 and 10. Six is keyboard needs replacement. Nah, sod that. That's a mission on those things. 10 is running slow. Needs a new battery. That might not be a bad one to do. If it's only the battery, I don't want to replace the battery and find it's actually the logic boards are no good. And so we've got 11, which is the cracked screen, and 16. Let's check those. Number 11 is trackpad and needs a screen replacing, which I might do from one of the other machines if I get one which is really bad, but the screen is okay. I might swap the logic boards around or something. And 16 is, if I can click on the line so I can see which one it is. Running very slow. EFI issues apparently. Right. But it might be the hard drive because it's got a mechanical hard drive in it. It's possible that the system's corrupted, which is why it's going slow. Or the hard drive's failing, so it's having trouble finding files on it, that kind of thing, you know. Don't know. These are the last 4 I've got to do of that group. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it now. I'm not really in the mood for doing MacBooks. That's why I've been sitting there for ages. Dear. Yeah, you're saying Keithley. Yeah. I can't be bothered with MacBooks right now. It's like, that's why I've been sitting there for so long, because I just can't be bothered with them. I've done so many of them already, it's like, yeah, no motivation. I'll get to them, but I've got new parts, I've got new batteries, I've got new keyboards, so I've got the parts for them, I think. But the keyboards are tedious. You've got to rip the bloody keyboard out because they riveted in. There's a couple of those like that. Let's do the 220 if I can remember where I put it. Right. It's not MacBook, yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is how Keithley's the colour scheme is. I don't know what they were thinking with the colour scheme. I don't know why they thought brown would be a good colour. Was it fashionable back then? I don't think so. I've already done a video on this thing, which I've released, and towards the end of the video, I kind of mentioned that the Triax connector was bad, so connected is there. So it's actually slightly bent. If I go slightly angled, we see it looking down the side. It's actually like straight on there, so it's like the connector is actually slightly bent, and I've got dodgy connections in there. So when I'm actually trying to use it, I have to wiggle the connector around to get a connection. So I showed that in the last video I did it not long ago. When did I release that video? Is it last week or I can't remember? So that needs replacing. Now I did actually get some connectors, but I was kind of on the fence about whether I get because it's a 2-lug Triax. I wasn't thinking. Bloody hell, I can't say it. I wasn't sure I was going to put a 2-lug Triax in there or 3-lug Triax. I wasn't sure which one I was going to do, because 2-lug is the same as original, which means my existing 2-lug cables, which I purchased to go with this thing, will work. But 3 lugs, what is currently used, that's the modern standard 3 lugs. So I have both. So I've got 2-lug here, which I picked up. I think these are new old stock. There's no sign of being sold on these as like brand new old stock things. So I've got 2-lug ones. I've also got some 3-lug ones, and I'm thinking if we go to 3-lug, there's a benefit to that because it's modern standard sort of thing, and also it means you can't accidentally put a BNC cable onto it and potentially damage it. So some cables are fine, some aren't, because the pins size is different. And the camera's gone off again. So I'm thinking about using 3-lug Triax because that modernises it. Now I've already purchased some more cables, so I've got some more 3-lug Triax cables now. So I've got some 2-lug Triax and 3-lug Triax. These are crocodile leads. I'm going to say crocodile leads, and these are bananas. So I've got both types there to use as well. These are just low-cost cables, but they seem okay. The 2-lug ones won't be completely wasted because we've got the Keysight 617 electrometer. That uses 2 lugs still. So I've still got cables I can use with that. So they're not wasted. I've still got something to use them on. If I didn't have anything else to use them on, then I would probably go to 2-lug. So I've still got the cables to use. Because the other thing I found was adapters. I've got this adapter here. And I mentioned this in the mailbag when I recorded when I got all these things. I'll get the thing out the bag. So that's the 2-lug triax that side. Let's get closer so you can see what I'm talking about. Alright, so it's 2-lug that side. And this side is 3-lug. So it goes from 2 to 3. That's fine. But I was actually hoping to find a 3 to 2. So it goes 3 this side to 2 this side. So it goes from new standard to the old standard. That way, it didn't matter which cables I had. I could use any cable and be okay. So, yeah. I'd kind of hoping to find the reverse of this. Haven't been finding them yet. I'm sure they're out there somewhere. I mean, I don't want to spend $100 on one. I don't mind spending $30 or $40 on one. I don't want to spend stupid money on them. Even $30 or $40 is on the high side for me. But yeah, it's just an adapter. So I don't know. If I'd like to try and find the opposite of these ones. So it's 3-lug to 2-lug. But yeah, so I've got that one at least. But I don't know. I'd like to find the other type too. So I can go either way around with it. Alright, so let's look at this thing. Add both as long as the drum wasn't involved. Well, it's a bit tight for space here. You know, doing both isn't really practical. I mean, maybe I could put one underneath, but no, I'm not going to do that. Well, this isn't an SLR. I'm using a proper video camera for this. I used to use an SLR, but I don't use one. Well, DSLR. I don't use one of those anymore. A few days ago, yeah, probably. It could have been last Friday I did it. I don't remember exactly when I did it. So I should do a video intro, I suppose. I'm waffling to you guys. I should do an intro for the next part of this video. Right, so then I'm looking at this thing, the Keysight 220. I did a video on this previously, and I refurbished it and did some testing on it. And it's not calibrated yet. It's still a bit out of whack and that sort of stuff. But I couldn't really do any of that until I fixed one last problem. At least one last problem that I know about. And that's that triax connector on the back there. Now that was bent when I got this thing. It was already bent off angle. And I'm having problems with bad connections. So I have to move the cable around and try and get a connection on it before I can get a stable reading on the output from it. So that is damaged. That needs replacing. So that's what I intend to do. Now, it's originally a 2-lug triax. I've got a 2-lug here, replacement, new old stock. I could put it original, but I've decided, kind of after a bit of internal debating, to go to a 3-lug. If I can get it in there, I bet I can. So the reason being, this is the modern standard. 3-lug triax is the modern thing, and it means you can't accidentally put a BNC cable onto it like a standard BNC cable. You can't plug that on by mistake. Some BNC cables are fine because the centre pin is a different size. You know, some are small, they're okay. Run to the bigger centre pin. I think it depends on the resistance or the impedance of the cable. So 75 ohm versus 50 ohm. The centre pins different sizes. So the connector here needs to be swapped out. I'm going to put a 3-lug on it, and I was kind of debating it a lot because I already bought some 2-lug cables. I thought, well, now I'm going to have to buy some 3-lug cables so I can use the new connectors. So I was kind of waiting for the new cables to turn up as well. So those have arrived. So now I'm going to put it apart and see about changing this out to a 3-lug triax. Get the Dremel out and just, yeah, well, don't forget the Dremel battery is currently flat. I'll have to go and get the other battery out of the garage. I'll take one screw out, let's get the other one out, lift the top off. It shouldn't be a surprise to you if you've already seen the previous video. And here's the inside. So there's the cabling. So this is all the bit I've got to mess with this here. So I shouldn't have to touch any of this other stuff. Once I get these wires desoldered off here, I should be able to get into that. Maybe with a nut driver, maybe, and just get it off without stripping anything else off. So I shouldn't have to disturb anything I've already done, which is good. Yeah, so that's where it's at. But I need to cut all this off. Now the thing that bothers me is this is supposed to be all low leakage stuff. So, yeah, a bit closer. So it's supposed to be low leakage, and I don't know about heat shrinks. Whether I have to use a special heat shrink on it or anything like that to try and make sure there's no leakage across it, because this is precision, so leakage matters. It's part of the problem with being a triax as well. Be careful about that. I don't even know what's underneath this. I don't know what kind of thing I'm going to find here. It feels like it's got a sleeve, like a metal sleeve there, so I don't know if that's part of the shielding, which I then have to be careful about as well. I have no idea. I don't know what's in there. We're going to find out. Don't mind the gym as long as I don't charge the battery up. Yeah, indeed. Hot glue and heat shrink. Yeah, yeah. Right, so I need to cut all this open. Try and get this so I can both access it and people can see what I'm doing too. It's always the hard bit, trying to get the camera to be able to see at the same time. So I can work from the side and hopefully, yeah, probably right. Now, I'm not sure about leakage across these wires, whether that's going to be an issue because of me handling them. I don't really want to put gloves on. It's just a bit awkward, but I will if I need to. Right, I'm going to get a knife, ugly knife. I'm going to slice down the side of the heat shrink, if I can say the words. Slice down the side of the heat shrink and expose what's here and figure out what we do to get this thing apart. The other thing is I don't know what solder we've used, whether they've used a special solder or not. I mean, my solder here is silver solder. It's got like, was it 2% solder? It's like 2% silver in it. I can't remember what the ratio is on there. It's on there somewhere, maybe. 62, 63, 2. Yeah, so 2% solder. 2% solder. 2% silver. I don't know if they're using cadmium solder on here or something else. You know, there's other special low leakage solders, or high conductivity solders, I should say. So I don't know if that's special solder. You know, I might use that, the best solder I've got, and it might not be good enough. I don't know. Anyway, let's slice it and see how we get. In fact, should I use a scalpel? No. Yes, no. I'm nervous about this for some reason. I don't know why I'm nervous about this. I don't want to mess this up. Don't go too deep. I'm trying to basically cut the outside so it will split open when I try and pull on it, hopefully. Or maybe it won't. No, it's not going to, is it? Let's get a scalpel. I've got to be careful about not cutting too deeply. I don't want to cut into the inner cable. I only want to cut the heat shrink, nothing else. So that's kind of, I mean, this is fairly blunt, alright, so it takes a bit of effort to cut through stuff, which means it's easy to control the depth of what you're cutting at. Something like this, it's very easy to go too deep without even realising you've done it. Let me fill the copper there. See? It was not trouble to cut that at all. Maybe I'll record this bit, shall I? So I'm slicing down with a scalpel and just trying to gradually pull this back so I don't end up cutting too deeply. There we go. So that's what's under there. Sleeve which is soldered on, which obviously then has to slide back. That's obviously the shielding. Well, I'm not quite sure how this all goes together. This is going to be tricky, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure how this goes together. I would have thought those would be insulated from each other, not touching each other. Because I would have expected this shielding one to be going to the outer casing. Because that one there is soldered to the inner ring. That's not what I'd be expecting to happen. So we've got this black wire here, which is on the shield. Right, I think that's soldered onto the shield, I can't quite see. Might be running it inside, I can't tell if it's split out or not. But that is going to the grounding post here. Was that a grounding post? Or was it a center post? It is grounded anyway. I'll zoom out a little bit before we get a shot. But yeah, that's the upper common. So the black wire is going to that. Which then goes to ground via that post. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there. I know that sleeve has got to come off before I can do anything. I'm just not quite sure how it's all arranged. Exploration time. Dremel it off. Yeah, I've got a Dremel here somewhere. Right, well I've already got a big tip on here, that's quite convenient. And some tweezers to grab the shaft with, or the tube with. Things, it looks like it's got wire wrapped around it, when I don't know what's going on there. It's almost like there's wire wrapped around there. It could just be nothing, but I'll show you. If the screw wasn't in the way, I could show you. Might just be solder, but it's almost like it's wrapped over. But I don't know, it probably is just a blob of solder. Unfortunately, that screw's in the way. Anyway, let's try and do this. Let's grab the tube and try and get the iron in there and see what happens. It's moving, but I'm happy with it. I don't want to overheat it either. The iron's only on 280. It feels like it's hooked through something. I can't feel it's moving properly. I don't want to put too much heat into it either. I don't want to damage the cabling. Also not worried about the connector, I'm worried about the cabling. Cannot see how it goes. It doesn't want to slide off. Okay, let's try something else. Let's try using the desoldering gun and try and suck the solder off with that to try and see what's going on. There might be a bit of wire through it or something, through a hole. I don't know. Well, the thing is, the sleeve is actually loose on the coax, right? The coax is there, you can see the coax there, and, or the triax, and it would actually move there, right? It's not actually attached to the coax itself, so I was expecting it to better move backwards over this, right? That's what I was expecting. But it doesn't want to move. So it's almost like it's attached there. I mean, it's moving around like circular, but it won't pull backwards. So I don't know if there's like a wire shoved through it or something, I don't know. I mean, I've got connectors, right? Worst case is I just like cut it off and put a new connector on, which I was going to do anyway. But I don't. I also need to see how it's assembled so I can replicate that when I reassemble it. So it's got the same level of shielding and that sort of stuff. That's quite important. Yeah. I don't know, I'm just trying to be careful not to damage the cabling. It's more worried about cabling than anything else. You know what, let's see what this will do. Suck some solder off. Unfortunately, I can't get into very well either. It's not really a good angle for this. Got some of it off. Don't think it really helped though. No. What is going on there? Hey Thomas, how's it going? It's not just the coax, there's actually 3 wires in it. There's 3 wires here, not 2. It is a triaxial cable. So I've got to be kind of mindful of how it's actually connected up at the other end as well. So if I just cut it off, I might end up destroying the whole thing and I can't actually see how it goes back together, you know? Come on, it's definitely stuck on something. Yeah. It's now at least not attached to the outer piece, so I've got some progress. So, yeah, I'll try and show you that if I can. Get the bolt out of the way. So there you go. It's not attached to the outer piece anymore. Alright, so maybe let's just solder onto that outer piece there. Let's just get this on camera. So I've managed to desolder this piece here, but the shield still doesn't want to move. Alright, it won't pull backwards. It's moving a little bit now, so maybe I can just get this off here now. I need to try and look a little more closely at this bit now. Before it wouldn't move at all, but now I've got that much. So I think we've got some progress here. At least like turns and stuff, so you know it's definitely free. Now the centre pin is definitely what's holding it. So I've got to look at this and see if I can, like, is that soldered on? I think it is. Just trying to see what's going on there. If that's soldered on, I might be able to desolder that and slide that back. I think that might be the way to go. What do you reckon? Is this going to work? I've got the iron turned down a fair bit. That doesn't seem to be wanting to come off. And you can't see what I'm doing. Alright, well I'm trying to pull that, I'm trying to solder that, or desolder that. Yeah, it's in the black wire now, but before it wasn't that. But now it's off there. Now it's detached from that outer piece. But I can't get it to slide back. I'm trying to see if I can get this off, but I'm trying to see how that's soldered on. It doesn't want to desolder. I do have the iron quite low. I'll turn it down, you see. I might go up slightly higher. Just to see if it's just... I can't get it to actually melt the solder enough. let's get some better lighting and stuff here going on. Let's get the magnifier going. I can't see what the hell's going on, so I need to see if I can get a better shot of this. Well, for me, a better view of it. Still can't see that. I mean, it looks like it's... I can't see if it's soldered or not. It looks almost like it's underneath it. Okay, that's what they've done. They've weaved it. Right. They've weaved it. Yeah. Back out a little bit. Focus. There we go. So it looks like they threaded the wire through the weave and then soldered it on. So it might actually be twisted around. There's plenty of length there. Let's cut it off. And then I'll try and get the solder blob off, and maybe it'll be alright. And let's hope I got this right, eh? Is it right? Yeah, it's definitely bare wire there. Okay, yeah, it's definitely what's done. It's just soldered on. That's fine. It's nothing. It's not like passing through. Okay, now let's try and get this desoldered, if we're lucky. Problem is kind of wanting to twist the other way. Get out of the way. Is it enough to slide it back? It's moving. It's not good, but it's moving. It's catching on the sleeve. Kind of wanting to go, but not. It's getting caught. There we go, got it. Okay. Now we can see exactly what's going on in there. So after a lot of messing around, I managed to get the sleeve back. So this black wire here was soldered onto the shield on the outside. So I just basically ended up cutting it off, removed most of the solder as much as I could, and then I was able to get the sleeve back over that shielding on there. So now we've got the centre conductor going there. So interesting. Especially it's supposed to be a triax. I'm going to check something. Because there's supposed to be another wire there somewhere. Let's slide that right back. So we've got this shield here. Right. So you see you've got extra shields, so you've got the Focus. Come on, a bit too close. So you've got the semiconductor going to there, which is shielded. You've got the inner shield there, then you've got the outer shield here. And there's, feels like a Teflon in between the two. So I'm not sure if that's actually connecting to that shielded piece, which is over the top of it. I don't think it was. So it looks like it's only connected to that, which is interesting. I would have thought the shielded piece would have gone right through. Yeah. So it's only shielded at the other end. That doesn't seem right. So, I mean, it is a triax cable, right? So you do have a semiconductor, we do have a inner shield and then an outer shield. It is three. It is triax, not coax. But I'm just surprised that that little shield ring and that inner shield on here aren't connected to the inner shield on the cable. That's not what I would expect. Anyway, let's take the slide that back. So I slide this inner Teflon tube back so I can get to this front connector. I can still can't get it back far enough. Let's just try and. There's something else going on here. No, it's just soldered. That's all. Just the soldered stuff. So I'll slide back. Now I can get to this. Desolder this. Hopefully. My temperature's still quite low. There we go. So now you have a close look at this. So you've got the semiconductor, got a Teflon tube over the top of that. There's the inner. Focus on this, not at the back. So there's the inner one, which is also still shielded. So there's the inner shield with the shielding, like the Teflon sleeve over the top of that. And then there's the outer shield there. So yeah, I'm actually surprised they're not like touching together through there. Is it melted? I hope not. Yeah, okay. Watch out for that, I think. But yeah, so that's the fun with this. Get this back on again. That's how that's constructed. But I would have thought the inner shield here would have been connected to the inner shield on a connector. And it wasn't. The outer shield was connected to the inner shield on a connector. Then the outer shield was connected to Earth. The outer shield being connected to Earth I can understand. But the outer shield here was also connected to Earth through here. That's output low. That's the output low wire, isn't it? Then connected to Earth here. So I guess the output low is actually the outer one. The center coax, or the center conductor, is the actual output high. And then the inner one is probably just a driven output high or low as well. Yeah. Okay, no, okay. That must be fine. I haven't looked at the circuit diagrams for that section of it, so it's probably explained in there somewhere. But that's fine. Now we can get the connector off and replace it. It's complicated, isn't it? Okay, Thomas, thanks for dropping by. Catch you later. Right. So, can I get a nut driver in there? I probably find I can't. Let's see. I'm not sure what size that nut will be actually. Definitely not that one. probably need the deep socket for that, which I don't think I've got in here. There might be another trip to the garage. Problem is that, do you know what size it is? If I look at one of these, it'll give me an idea. Yes, that's too deep, I won't be able to get that in. (9/16) you reckon? Well, I've got a 7/16, it doesn't fit in that. Let's have a look. Always a challenge just trying to find the right tool to do the job. Doesn't seem to matter what I buy, I never seem to have the right tool. I've got a metric one here. Let's see if a metric one will come to the right size. Sometimes you get lucky. So 13mm looks pretty close, at least on this one. But it won't go in a hole. Should be ½ inch. Well, ½ inch sounds about right. This won't get any with tweezers. Might get lucky. I doubt it's going to be that loose, but you never know. It is that loose. Well, tweezers are doing it. Kind of. Yeah, pull it out a bit so you can see what I'm doing. It wasn't that tight. That's interesting. So I was fussing around trying to get a socket which will fit in here, which I then can't get through the hole, and it was actually loose enough for me to undo it with my tweezers. So just doing the bolt now. I can't spin it now. It's obviously a keyed hole, and hopefully I can get the thing all the way off, and then hopefully the replacements I've got will fit. I really hope so. Got a washer on there, take that off. Right. So I've got this one here, which is also keyed. And that's a 2-lug. So let's see if the 2-lug will fit as well. 2-lug will go. That's good. So let's try the 3-lug, make sure that works as well. Because the 3 lugs one I actually want to put on it. It's a bit of fit. Otherwise it'll be German trying again. It doesn't fit. It's big. It's too big. Three lugs too big to get through the hole. That's awesome. That's a massive difference. What about the nut? I suppose that one might fit. Well, that's completely, well, it'd be different size, won't it? So that's way bigger. So the hole in the back is probably not going to be big enough to get the nut on. Is that right? Oh, it will pass through. Okay, so I can still get it through that way. It will just mean getting the Dremel on this and cleaning this out a bit. But that means making shavings everywhere on this thing. It's probably not the best. Well, shit. How do I handle this? Do I Dremel it bigger? Or do I just put a 2-lug in there? And forget the upgrade thing. Because I've got the 3-lug adapter. Now, also I need to make sure I don't get these mixed up. Well, I shouldn't do because that's the old one. I'll leave the bit off that. So that's the old one, which is there. We'll stick that over there. What to do? What to do? How much will I have to take off to get that to fit? Quite a bit. Plus I also need to try and keep a flat side on it so that it still locks in place. I mean, that's a fair amount of material to cut off. It's doable. Again, I don't think Nibbler will get on that either. Nibbler could nibble it away, but it's a bit hard to do a round hole with a flat nibbler though. Yeah, and I do have a ream. I could ream it, but then I'll take away that flat side, which means this will want to turn spin. You know, if I ream it, that will take that away, and that will want to turn. So that's not the best for that. I could just put a 2-lug in. We'll just put a 2-lug in like that, just like straight in, 2-lug, straight in. Keep it original. I mean, is that going to be the best option? Keep it original instead, rather than upgrading. Yeah, that's right. I'm just trying not to use a Dremel. That's exactly right. I mean, if I go with my lazy side, we're done. But to upgrade to a modern standard means Dremeling it. Okay, I'm going to go and something. That's from the other one. I'll put that on here. I'll double that one up. Is doing that going to affect anything else? I don't think fitment's going to matter. I think it's going to be fine everywhere else. I don't think it's going to affect anything apart from that mounting hole. I think it's all fine. Yeah, I'm sure. So the other thing I'm looking at is the clearances on the pins. So that sleeve slid over it. Yeah, it's probably okay. I won't be able to slide that collar right down. It'll be back a little bit. I can't slide it right down because there's a different format. You know, this one's already flush, right? Let's try and get some. You can see what I'm talking about. So you can see how low the original one is, and so the collar was right down to the end. This one won't allow for that because it's already got the sleeve all the way up it, so I can't push the collar right down because it will be in the way of that pin. If I bend that pin, it might snap off. So that's probably not a good idea. I mean, there is a small gap there, but it looks like brass. It means it'll probably snap if I try and bend it. It looks like brass. Oh, it could be gold. I mean, it's a tri, it should be better quality than that, shouldn't it? Just very shiny gold. I hope it's not brass. The gaps are very different. Very different gaps. I mean, I kind of want to shield all the way down if I can, but I can't do it with this. That's making me go back to 2-lug again because I can get it all the way down. This is much more like the original one. Alright, so this replacement I've got here is much closer to the original one than 3-lug. There's a gap there which I should be able to get the sleeve down as well as insulated at the same time. It's making me want to go to 2-lug purely because of the shielding. Okay, thanks a bit, Hobbits. Catch you later. Trim it away, yeah. I'm sort of on the fence now about how to deal with this. The 2-lug would be more like original for the actual cabling side and sleeving and everything. 3-lug means I won't be able to shield it properly. That sleeve won't go over it. I don't want to try cutting that back because if I try and cut that back it might snap the inner pin or something. And even then the gaps are different, even if it wasn't near. Because the pin is thicker, the outer pin is thicker than it is on these ones. The gap is straight away much smaller. I'm not sure I could get the sleeving down there and the shield at the same time. I mean, the important thing with the shielding on here, right, is because this is a very precise unit, so it has to be shielded and protected all the way up as much as possible to prevent noise from getting into it and affecting the output. So that's the reason they use triacs, is to stop leakage between conductors and to stop noise entering the system. Which is why they've gone to the effort of even putting a little bit of a shield here over those conductors just there to keep the noise out of this little bit. Because also this bit here is right next to a 115 volt fan. Right, so trying to keep the 115 volt AC out of this measurement system because it's right by it. That's also another factor. So that's probably why they added that shielding in. They might have found it was too noisy, the AC was leaking in somehow. It's possible. But then you think, wouldn't it be easier just to go to like a 12 volt fan instead? But yeah, anyway. Yeah, not sure. I mean, that sleeve is very thin. Let me see if I can look at how thick that sleeve is. So the outside is 4.7 millimeters, 4.76, I suppose. There is a small clearance from the cable, 3.7. So I could say it's half a millimeter. I can't actually measure the wall of the sleeve. It does have a bit of a gap there, but it's not much of one. So, you know, say 3.7 versus 4.7. 1 millimeter difference, so it's half a millimeter thickness plus gap. Oh, dropped it on the floor now. Now I've ruined it. I mean, there's no way that's going to be enough. Don't think I can measure it with this. It's not really the right tool. Actually, I do have the right tool. If I can get out the door, because there's stuff a pile behind it. I was looking for tools. These arrived the other day. Conveniently. I didn't need them for something. Alright, let's just look at figuring out what this gap is. 0.3 goes through. 0.38 is touching just. Might be 0.4. Let's try 0.4. Yeah, 0.4 won't go in. So 0.38 is the gap between that centre sleeve and the pin. It just goes in there. Both sides, yep. Just goes in, I think. Well, maybe not that side. Maybe it's slightly smaller that side. Maybe slightly offset. 0.35. Yeah, 0.35 goes in. So 0.35 is the gap between that Teflon and the outer pin. So that's 0.7 overall, which gives us a sleeve thickness of 0.15 per side. I don't know how thick the sleeve would be. I think it'd be thicker than that. So I think the gap is too small. Am I doing that backwards in my head? Am I doing that backwards? 0.35 gap, we've got a difference there, so half a mil each side. Plus there is a side clearance there. I don't know if that sleeve will go over or not. I don't want to push it back off the cable in case I can't get it back over again. You know, that's a bit of a mission. Yeah, what we're looking at though is not so much covering it up. Heat shrink and stuff is, you know, that's easy, it's not a problem. But the fact that this little sleeve here, which is soldered onto the braid, that is providing shielding. And that needs to cover, it seems, from their design, it needs to cover the entire centre pin. Now, on the original, it could go right to the end and cover it completely, so there's no gaps. But on this one, I probably can't do that. I don't know if it's going to fit in that gap or not. I might. The only thing I think I can do is to slide the sleeve off and see if I can slide it in there. If it will slide over it, I'm fine. If it doesn't, then I'm not. I'm kind of thinking that's where I'm at, but I might have trouble getting it back over again, that's all. The outer pin's very thick. I think if I bend it, it's going to snap off. And also looks suspiciously like brass, not gold. It could be really nice gold, you know, like a nice shiny gold, but it also looks a bit like brass. I think the only way to figure this out is to actually slide that sleeve off and see if it will actually go in there. I'm just thinking it's going to be hard to get back on. Because there's such a tight fit over the thing. You know, it's only barely you want to come off that, so like, can I slide these down like this? This is going to be a nightmare getting back together. Maybe I'd have to slide it all the way off if I'm lucky. I don't think I will be that lucky though. Yeah, I'm going to have to slide it right down. I'm kind of committed to this. There you go, it's off. Moment of truth. Does it slide over? Oh, it will. It will. Excellent. That will go. And when I solder that pin on, that's about there. The sleeve's too short. I have to shorten the coax up as well to get that pin to be at the right height. So this braid will go to the back of that. Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm also wondering if I fold the braid back and then have that. I'll take that off. Obviously I've got to put that other Teflon sleeve on that bit yet, but then bring the braid over the top instead and solder the braid on like that. That might be a better way of doing it rather than having it loose inside. The other way wasn't actually attached. I wonder why I didn't attach it. It was just sort of floating, semi there. That was a bit weird the way it's almost like not, I don't know, why did they not actually attach there? Yeah, because I mean, they just had it sort of floating there, sort of in proximity. It wasn't actually attached here. It's kind of going via that wire. Even that doesn't seem to make sense, does it? I don't know, why wasn't that attached? I really think that'd be attached there. It was just kind of there. It just doesn't seem right. It's a bit weird. Well, I'll still got to dremel the hole out if I do put it on. That's bad. That issue's not gone away yet. Well, the nut fit, yeah, well, the nut will go on. I'm sure the nut will fit through. I did kind of offer it up before. So it'll go through the hole in the back, that's fine. That's not an issue. So I can sleeve it, I just have to shorten that center conductor up. Yeah, and then put the braiding around the outside. I'm not too sure that's not damaged down there from they've soldered it before. Hey Raj. Yeah, it seems okay. Just looks a bit brown. Yeah. So I have to shorten this down a bit. Made that hole bigger. Okay, that's kind of where we're at. Well, there's so much messing around. No, it's not 50 ohm coax, it's a triax. It's got two shields. So you've got an conductor, you've got a shield here, and there's another braid on the outside. So it's got two braids on it, which are separated from each other. So it's 3 connections, not 2. Okay. Right, well, I need the Dremel again. The problem is I'm going to have problems with, because it's got this plate in here, all the bits are going to get stuck inside it. I mean, it's got this filter material which is not particularly great. It's also kind of stuck, it seems. Maybe when I put the fan in. Maybe I pinched that with a fan. It kind of needs replacing anyway, I think. I pinched it with a fan when I put the fan in. Should probably make something else in this. And you've all gone blind again, haven't you? So, unfortunately, I can't get to that to take it off without taking the whole thing apart again. If I do it that way up, at least, the crap will fall out of it, not into it. But if I'm doing a Dremel, it's going to be throwing it everywhere. Kind of don't really want that either. Reamer would be the safest option, but it's going to take away the flat. Because the first thing Reamer will do is take that flat off. If I file it, it would be safer, be less debris, and the file shouldn't take too long. I'll go and get a round file. I'll come back in a minute. Yeah, the nut will fit, that's fine. I'll wait check for that. It seems to are in for the nuts, fine. Okay, I'm back with the file. This is quieter than Dremel. I think I've still got a long way to go yet. Oh yes, quite a way to go yet. So right now I'm just trying to file this away so that the new 3-lug trikes will fit, because the mounting hole was a different size. Of course it is. So I thought this is the safest way of doing it. I could use a Dremel on it, but the Dremel will throw filings everywhere. And at least this, in a way, is controlled. It's only going to drop downwards, so I can control exactly where the filings go instead of just being flung everywhere wherever the Dremel happens to drop them. So doing it this way is a bit safer. I mean, obviously you could use a reamer, but if you use a reamer, what happened then is you end up losing the flat that's on the side. It's got a flat there so that the connector cannot spin, which is quite important for BNC, or at least a trike connector. We've got, you know, a bayonet type fitting. That's quite important for that. So trying to keep that good is important. But yeah, it's a case of just filing it, try it, file it, try it. And this could take a little while. It certainly will take a little while. I hope the chat's still working on his tablet because I'm not seeing it updating. Oh, we're close. Close. Near there. Yep, it's chat's still updating on the tablet. Oh, there we go. What did I miss? What have I been missing? Anyway. Round thing in a square hole. Yep, that's right. Yeah, that does fit through. I've already checked that. It's fine. It'll clear the sides. I'm trying to make sure the hole is in the same vertical orientation still, so it's still in the same plane. So I'm trying to take away the top and the bottom equally, and that side. So it might shift this way slightly, but I think it's okay. There's enough clearances. Some burrs on here, so we'll get the burrs off. I think I'm getting really close to being right now. Might have come down slightly more actually just here. Looking at that. Are we there yet? Almost. Almost. A little bit just here. Yeah, you're in. Okay, got it in there. A lot of filing, but it's in there. Now we can mount the thing in there. Get rid of this filing so I get metal splitting. Way less mess. Yeah, it took almost the same amount of time though. Still filing's falling out. Really get them all out of there before I turn it over again. Yeah, I think it's all right. Okay, let's get these filings cleaned up. Yeah. Little trick if you don't know it, if you get a bit of towel, you wet it, it sticks to it. You get more picked up rather than relying on just sweeping it off. You get more. It's not perfect, but it helps. Oh, let's get the bin. Yeah, I need to clean it properly later on. I don't have a white brush in here. It'll do for now. Got any bits laying around, that's the main thing. Okay, I'm starting to get cluttered again. Let's figure out where I put some of these things. That's what I'm looking for. Put this away. I did see some more filings. Oh, I did see some more filings. There's still some more there. Where are they coming from? Okay, got another idea. I shall be back in a second. I've got to give it a bit of blow. Try and blow it outwards. Right, that has to be all the filings out now. Oh dear, yeah, definitely getting crowded. Finance on the last project, could be. Hey Sven, catch you later. Now I need to try and find some replacement material for this. I do have some stuff I can use, but that wasn't very nice in there. Just I was looking at it thinking, nah, it's not great. So I decided to pull it out in the end. Right, let's put this thing in. Oh no, the nut doesn't go on. It's fine. It's alright. I'm just joking. It's fine. It goes. I'm sure. Sure it goes. Sure it goes. I don't drop the washer in there. Speaking of cover material, yeah, it's actually not like that mesh. It's actually multiple layers. It's not a single layer. I'll try and show you more closely. So it's not like one piece, it's like several layers, and you see that? It's like, it's quite thick. It's like more like a fabric than a layer, you know? There's a lot to it, so it catches a lot of debris. Yeah, I mean, I've got stuff I can use, I'm not too worried. Where's this fiddly getting this back in? Come on, get in there. I'm going to stand on his back. Might have to. There you go. That's the washer on. Step one. Nut. I should probably record this, shouldn't I? Could be hilarious. So I'm just reassembling this now. I've got that all together, and I've got to try and get the nut on. Try and get the nut on. It's all a bit fiddly in here, especially now it's all a little bit larger. These tolerances have got a bit tighter, but it will go. There's enough room. I've just got to get the nut to turn and start going onto the threads, and then I should be good. There we go. I think it's starting to go. Yep. Here we go. Progress. Fiddly, but good, I suppose. Anyway, you don't need to do it. I'm going to put some Loctite on this, would be a good idea too. Charcoal filter, yeah, it's probably be the best one, charcoal filter. Maybe some, I don't know, actually it does tend to get a bit crumbly as well, so I don't know, maybe it wouldn't. I do have some like fabric stuff here. I do actually have something I can use. I'm actually thinking I might put some Loctite in that because that might also help to stop it from shifting. I didn't actually get as much tightness on that as I wanted actually. The last bit of filing I did shifted it in one direction and got it sitting a lot nicer. But it loosened up a bit more than I wanted. I actually wanted a tighter fit than that. It suddenly just changed at the last second. Anyway, put some thread lock on that. It might just help hold it in place as well, even though it's keyed. It might just make a bit of difference to help something coming loose. Hopefully. Yeah, trying to figure out the best way to get into it. Because this should never have to come off again. As long as I don't damage it, of course. Of course, now I've got thread lock on here, never have to get it back off again. Wouldn't be able to get it back off again. This has been fiddly. Let's hope I never damage it. If I damage it, I'm going to have trouble getting it back out. Come on. Small flatted screwdriver might flatten easier, yes, it might actually do it. Yeah, let's do that. You might be right. I could turn it, it'd be nice. It's not quite small enough. Come on. This is definitely being a pain. Go on, turn. See, there's a locking washer that's on there. It's causing me aggro because it's kind of stopping it from turning the way I want it to turn. If anything, it's being a hindrance rather than a help. Because right now it's not tight, and I want it to be tight. It's nearly there. It's kind of tight now. Kind of. Not sure I'm trusting completely. I can go more. Yeah, well, also need to make sure it's also a decent electrical connection, not just you know, in place. It needs to be tight enough to be reliable electrically as well. If I can bloody say the word, it'd be great. So right now it's not tight yet. It's still moving around a little bit. I mean, it's kind of there, but not quite. It's still moving slightly. I'm not happy with it yet. I can't seem to get any more movement out of the nut, so I think it's basically done. And it is solid, right? It's not really. Oh, now it's moving around. Now I've turned. Now it's moving. See, that's just that's not good. Look, see, it's spinning. That is not working. So when I find out that the Loctite's actually gone off and it's locked it up now. No, it's undoing fine. Is it bottomed out on thread or something? I don't think it would have done. It's undoing. Let's take it back off and let's have another look. Why is this being so bloody awful to get back in? It shouldn't be this hard. It's just the bloody socket connector. Anyway. Come on. Okay, that's off. I mean, there's a thread there, so I don't know why it's getting stuck. There's a bit of debris in there or something. Well, the back cover plate can come off, but I have to strip the whole unit down. I strip all the boards out, everything, lift the bottom board out, and then detach it from the bottom board, and then detach that back plate from this plate. It'd take me hours. Well, it'd probably take me an hour to take it apart. So I'm trying to avoid doing that. obvious reasons. So, tries again. It's wondering if I had a bit of aluminium swarf or something in the thread, so it's making it stick. It's possible. Alright, let's try this again. I don't even know this nut is binding a little bit. Just trying to turn it like this. Okay, now it's turning nicely. Until I get down to there. When it's almost tight, then it gets kind of stuck. Why is this being such a pain? It shouldn't be this hard to do a nut up. It's clear in the panel and everything. It's not like that's an issue. Okay, that might have got it. There must have been a bit of swarf in the thread or something causing it to not move all the way down. Okay, let's try locking this up really tight with the screwdriver now. Try and lock it up nice and hard. If I can. Okay, it's definitely not moving now. Might have got it. Obviously, I've still got to try and get as tight as I can because it matters. I think that's not moving anymore. I think that's basically it. I don't think I'm getting the needle nose pliers down. I think these will go in. I think they're too big. So I'll slip and snap the belly top off or something. Yeah, there's one going there. Right. The weird stuff is Loctite. It's thread locker material to stop threads from loosening off. That's the theory anyway. Right. That's as tight as I can get there, I think. Yeah, it's not moving at all. So that is that. Let's hope it's okay. Left that closed instead of open. Needs to drain down. Go on. Okay, that's that fun. Right, after much mess around, I've got the thing mounted. Yay, that was a bit of a mission. I was having trouble getting the nut to tighten up and actually put it in properly. Anyway, it's there now, it's on, so I think we're probably good. Now I've got to do all the electrical stuff and sort that mess out. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Squish Worms. Anyway, I've got something outside of that. Yeah. That's better. So we've got to shorten up the centre coax. We've got a lot of coax here to play with. Coax, triax. We've got a lot of cable here to play with, so if I need to, I can, you know, I've got a couple of goes at fixing it. There's opportunities there to get it right if I mess it up. So I think we've got to get the sleeve back on for a start. The thing with the sleeve is I need the sleeve to be back past there, otherwise I can't solder the centre conductor on. Yeah, that's something we didn't think about, was it? Yeah. Let's do this. Right. So I have to get the sleeve down here because I can't solder it on the centre conductor unless I have it down here in the first place. So that does need to go back down, unfortunately. So this could be a bit messing around, getting it in. It's always fun dealing with braids. Especially when it does that on the back when you can't see it. Let's try something. Sometimes there's a trick to this. It may or may not work. It may help, it may not. It's probably going to be more in the way than anything else than that. It's too awkward. It's too fiddly. Get it anyway. Looks like I might have done. Come on. Move insulation away. Gotcha. It's moving. Right. Yay, that's that bit on. What a mission. Alright. So I managed to get the sleeve back down again. That's a relief. Now I've got to shorten this up so that the shielding sleeve here will still cover all that inner conductor when that is soldered onto the centre conductor on the connector here. Right. So I've got to shorten it down a fair bit. Which means I might need to pull this sleeving back as well. But I've got to be careful about not shorting this one to that one and so on. So I'll see how we go. Now, what length do I need in this? I'll put my measurement thing away now. I mean, you need that much length, right? Basically, where the tweezers are sitting. So from there to there, plus that length. So basically, Yeah, if I cut it sort of there, I mean, because that sleeve's supposed to cover the whole thing up, so I have to cut this back to about here. Yeah, I'm not liking how much I've got to cut it back by, but that's what I need to do. So let's do it. Let's hope I don't screw this up and cut right through the whole thing. Of course, I should be using a knife. That'd be better, but. There you go, that's that one. You've got that sleeving here with that shielding, which I need to peel back and cut off. Okay, that's that cut back. Now we'll cut this one back. I'm just going to cut it because it is too long. It means it's going to be easier to slide off. So let's look at the distance again. So I need to get it about there. Alright, so really close to that braiding, which I'll just cut off. And I can carry this back very slightly. So maybe there. That point just there, I think. So it's not too bad. Trim it there. And let's hope I don't screw this up. Okay, that's off. Now, I don't think that's got a hole to go down which is big enough. Let's have a look. There is. So there's also, I mustn't forget before I put this on, this has to go on. Do not forget that. Alright, so that's got to insulate the inside from the outside. Then it can slide down a bit like that to cover it. That's just okay for length. Maybe it's slightly long now. I might shorten it very slightly. Okay, there we go. Now I've got room to solder it in. Right, getting close. Yeah, I'll put the extra ground wire on afterwards because it just goes to the braiding anyway. So I can just attach that after. That's fine. So it's a copper wire everywhere now. That's also great for getting metal splinters. Really bits of fine piece of copper wire. There's nothing like having a copper wire splinter. They're not fun. Now I'm going to change the tips on this iron again. I don't need the massive one for this. But I might go to a medium size. I'll do it after. This one first. Okay. Now I need to get my magnifier here so I can see what I'm doing properly. I guess so you can see as well, maybe. Though my hands will probably block it anyway. So that wire has got to feed into the hole in the centre of that pin. Just like that. That's how it's got to go. Unfortunately this thing wants to pull backwards. So it's a bit awkward. This there, okay. Let's record video on this. So I've got the triax centre conductor inserted into that pinhole. There's a hole in the middle of that centre conductor pin. So I'm going to try soldering this on and hopefully it goes well. Yeah, actually I think I might need to align this slightly better before I do that. So I pushed it just now and collapsed the centre conductor, so I just need to make sure that I can slide the Teflon shield here over the whole lot when I'm done. Okay. Okay, done. I don't know what that showed up on camera. Probably completely covered it so you can see what I was doing. So, slide the Teflon down, it goes over that, great. I don't know if I can slide it down further than that. Over the other Teflon piece which is already on the connector. I can, look at that, beautiful. I'll slide it down like that. Okay, so how much have I got there? I can't go down too much, otherwise I'll end up with cutting into the braid here. Yeah, the braid's cut off there, so I can't go down too much. So let's just have it on there very slightly like that. So I can't move back. Okay, that's there. Then we've got to slide this piece down. Over all this again. Which I do not want to go underneath that. I wonder if I should put something there to try and stop that slipping. What's going to glue the Teflon though? Nothing's going to glue the Teflon. Yeah, that's fine. It's right, yeah. I'm not forgetting about that. I'm thinking I might slide down, bring it back. Yeah. Okay. See, that just slid back then when I was moving. I do not want that to happen. As long as it's right down the end, I should be okay. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I need to make sure I get all those braids back out. I think I should be okay for doing that. There we go, that's sliding down. Unfortunately the Teflon insulator slide down with it, which I do not want. That has to stay there. Okay, slide it all the way down, pull the braid back out. I don't want any of that braid inside it. Right, well I've got that slid down. I've been really careful about the Teflon insulator, so I've slid it right down. Trying to make sure the Teflon insulator doesn't slide down with it. Hopefully it hasn't, because I need to keep sure that the centre conductor there is always insulated. Okay, let's try to make sure the braid is pulled out from behind it. I don't need stray braid strands in there. Just trying to see. No, I think that's good. I think they're all out. Yep, there's no bits of stray braiding. So I can slide this back again. Hopefully I'll be able to see the Teflon insulator. Hopefully. I don't know. As long as it's there somewhere. As long as it's not slid right down. Because if the insulator was down this shaft here, as I could see before, if that was slid down here, it wouldn't be insulating the inner one. So as long as it's back, it's okay. It's alright. So we slide this down here. Like that. Yeah, this insulator there. I can see the back of the insulator. That's good. Yep, that's in place, that's fine. So I'm happy with that. Now I sort of solder this on to that pin, which is awkward, but there it is. Move this wire out of the way. So I solder it onto that pin, and then we can do the braid part. Where's the pin? I can't see the pin. Why can't I see the pin? It's just gone down the wrong side of the pin. It has gone down the wrong side of the pin. Do it again. Cancel that. It's gone down the wrong side of the pin, which is not what I want. And I can't quite get it back off. Come on. Yeah, I'll come back once I've got this sorted out. So I couldn't see the pin. Come on. Oh, this fucking pin. Jesus. It's not been fun. I thought this would be a fairly easy repair. No. Why would we have an easy repair? Why would we do that? You want to have an easy repair? No. Come on. Just get that pin around the other side. And do not snap off after all this fucking effort. Come on. It's right there. It's just not cooperating. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but that's fine. There you go. You can't see much more either. Right. Come on. So I was tempted to cut the freaking thing. It doesn't need to be that long anyway. Let's do that. Let's cut it shorter. Fortunately, where it is, it's not easy to cut either. Why would it be? Is that pin spinning? If it's spinning, it could be convenient. It is spinning. It is convenient. Move it around here. Come on, keep moving. It moved so far, then it stopped. Of course. Why can't shit be easy? That's why, because anyone would do it. If it was easy, everyone would do it. It's still moving. Barely. So I just want to get to it well and cut it off. Because it doesn't need to be that long. And it'll solve this problem we've got right now. A bit stiffer. Come on, anyway. Come on. Oh my god. I should just slice this back a bit more. Then move it back. That might be easier. Blame the Dremel, yeah, it's the Dremel's fault, absolutely. It's all to do with the Dremel. So slide that back a little bit, it's not going to matter. And try and give myself some more wiggle room here for the braid, which means I can move the sleeve back slightly more, which means I can then hopefully expose that pin and then move it off that pin, which is very slightly longer. Come on, stay there. Still not there. And the Teflon sleeves come back with it too. Hey, off the pin. Alright, slide that back down. That went in there before, so it should go back in again. Here you go, it does. Phew! It's in! Bloody hell. Slide that Teflon back down. Then you can slide all this back down. If need be, I can run some like an extension and wrap it round. You know what I haven't done? I'm an idiot. You know what I've forgotten to do? What did I forget to do? Come on, you tell me. What do you think I've forgotten to do? Anyone going to guess? No, not solder. What's the one thing you always think of once you finish the job? Heat shrink. Well done, Greg. I suppose I could just wrap this around it again, eh? Put a bit of tape on, it'd be fine. Why does that always happen? Why is it always the last thing you think of, eh? It's always like, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Incredible. Incredible. Who hasn't done it? Yeah, well, I thought I'd learnt that trick. I thought I'd learnt to not make that mistake over and over again. I thought I actually was solved with that. I thought I'd actually sort of got to the point where that wasn't going to be a thing that should bother me anymore. Yeah. Distance the other end, maybe. Maybe I might be able to slide it over. Let's have a look. Let's see if I've got enough room for the other end to be able to get it over the connectors at the other end. Because this has got little pin connectors. I should be called on this, shouldn't I? So I got to this point, and I was getting close, thinking, okay, I can solder that sleeve on now. And I realised, hold on a minute, because I was just trying to straighten this braid out. I was thinking, oh, I've got to cover that braid up. Then I was thinking, hold on, what am I going to cover up with? I haven't put a heat shrink on the cable. It's that good old trick where you're doing something and you get to the very end of it, you finish your work, and you go, oh, I didn't put a heat shrink on. And then you have to start all over again. So I'm kind of hoping there's a shortcut I can do here, which is to disconnect the wire at the other end. That's what I'm hoping for. We'll see if we get lucky with that. Might be able to get the heat shrink over the other end of the cable. Otherwise I've got to pull this apart again. It's not fully together yet. I could probably still mess with it and get it apart, but it'd be awkward. This way might be easier. Yeah, I can probably get it over that. Have to cut the table tie off. That's not a big deal. Liquid electrical tape. That could also be an option, but no, I think it's a bit messy for this. Yeah, I can get heat shrink over that and slide it over. We'll do that. I'll put it on from the other end. Ugh, jeez. Simple little mistake. Adds an extra layer of complication, as they always do. So this is blued outside. Right, now have a close look at this. I did cover this in the previous video, so I've got a record of it. But we've got blued outside, black this side, silicon conductor goes over there. Don't touch anything with your fingers. Okay, I've got to take that screw out there. Take the little sleeve off here, little clip. I should be able to slide over that. I hope so. Back show a 96 pin ethanol connector. Oh, that's powerful. 96 pin ethanol. Jeez. That'd be, yeah, that'd definitely be. You'd be throwing yourself a lot, I'd imagine, for that. Trying to get some room so I can actually get my drawer open. Because I've got this stuff, which is a bit, I don't know, it's Chinesium. So I've got some other stuff which I trust a bit more. I'm just trying to get to it. This stuff seems more legitimate. I don't know about the shrink down size. Let's just see what I shrink down to. Just try it. Hot air station's currently turned off. I was be using it. Obviously, there's no point putting it on if it's going to shrink down too large. So that looks like it's okay for the connector at least. Definitely okay for the connector. The wire, I think it might be too big for the wire. Also, I've got to get it over that end as well, so yeah. I've got to get all this lot through it. That goes over, just, yeah, so this is like the smallest I can use then. Right, let's, I don't know, how far back do you reckon I should go that far? Maybe I should do 2 layers on the actual wire part. Doesn't really matter. And mind you, I've got to also run that wire here back into it as well. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do that aspect. Might have to do that in 2 pieces and then put a third one over the middle. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do 3 pieces. Right. Pretty handy with a pin removal tool. Yeah, I bet. Then you've got the tedious hassle of making sure I put every single wire back in exactly the right place. Now I've got to try and get my drawer shut again. Okay, drawer's almost shut, it's good enough. Okay, so I'm going to do like one larger one, one shorter one to go over that part to that thread, or that braid, like that. Okay, so one for the braid. And 2 more. Okay, put this end back together again before I touch something I shouldn't touch. Well, these slipped on, so I'm going to do 3 pieces. Reason being, I've got also attached this Y here where the braid is. So I need to solder that section. So I need to sort of cover that, allow for a gap to soldering, then put some more on to cover that. Then I need like a spacer to allow for the fact. Just got to grab the cable properly because these are a bit too thick for the cable. So 2 pieces should be okay, I hope. First thing, put this one back together. Head on. There's somewhere. There it is. Is that one? Is that going on? That one. It was blue the other side, wasn't it? Hope I'm remembering that correctly. Is that one? Put the shield back on before I do something silly. Oh, right. Forget to put the screw back in. That kind of silly. Push it down that way a little bit so that's not tight. Dear. You thought I'd forget that wire yet, but there's still a time yet. I'm not finished. There's still a chance that can happen. Right, so this one over there first. That will go over there, and that's about the right length. That's fine. I can always trim it a little bit or bunch it as I'm heating it. So I need to solder that on there now. All right, that's the bit I need to do now. Is solder that sleeve to there. Okay, let's do that bit before I forget that bit. Get a bit closer with this. Right, now we've got all this bit done, I can solder that sleeve on. Right, so here we go with this. I'm not soldering the same place on the sleeve as I was last time, or as the original one was. And it doesn't seem to want to take. So I might have to do the original spot, which is right next to it on the other side. Let's do that. I'll still spin it. No, it's definitely stopped. Right. Okay, I think that's probably done. I hope it's done. I didn't put any flux on it, it might have helped. Let's see if it'll move. Might move, cool, it's probably attached then. You shrink over that. It's got the hot air station going. Hot air station. And I still need to have enough sticking out so I can solder that onto the shield there. It might be too long still. I'm going to see if I can bunch it up. I'm going to cut that piece a bit too long. It's only set at 250, so it's not super hot. So I've still got to attach this braid to the end of that collar that's there, that shaft. So that still needs to be sort of pushed down there now. I'm thinking I might need to cut a little bit of sleeve off here. Back to the scalpel. Should cut there on shoulder. Maybe that's the one I meant to put on, that one. Doesn't matter. I'll figure it out. At least it's safe cutting this piece because it's on a piece of metal. Hopefully. Come on. Here we go. Okay, now this braid is like barely long enough, so everything's shifted around a little bit now. Maybe because I've been pulling on things. Push it a little bit maybe. So what I was thinking I might do here is actually add some to it. I think as long as it's got some kind of electrical connection, it should be right. It's only barely not quite there. So what I was thinking for that is this solder braid, because that's all it is just braid. Wrap a piece around. I've got a wider one. I think I might have used a more wide one up. Yes, narrower I think. Yeah. I think I've used a more wide one up because I found it too awkward. So I might just get a piece of this, wrap it around, solder it on. Because it's just copper wire, don't forget, that's all it is. So then I want to wrap it around there too, to that braid. I haven't forgotten the wire. I'll stick that on afterwards. So that will then attach between the two, hopefully. Hopefully well enough. Hopefully it actually takes. Yeah, that's taking. Cool. So that's electrically connected there. Just want to give it a couple more spots to make sure. Also try not to get this too hot. Make sure it's bonded between the braids and the sleeve. So I think that's done. That's electrically done at least. That should be good enough. And I should be recording video doing that. Anyway, so I've used some of that solder braid, this stuff, wrapped it around, soldered at each end, so it's on the braid of the cable and on the sleeve there, so it's electrically connected now. You can kind of barely see it on shot there, a bit low. There you go. So it's there. It ain't necessarily particularly pretty, but it's there. Alright, it's electrically connected, and it's probably better than the original was actually in that regard. Now we've got to attach this wire here, which I'm going to do this way around. Reason being, I've got to slide this sleeve here over it as well, so that I can cover all that up. So I have to do it from this side. So I'm going to sort of run it around like this and try and attach it nicely. It's a bit of a long wire. It's quite surprising how long that is. So we'll do that. Try and also bridge those two connections between each one as well, so it's like a shortcut. So it's going straight between each side and wrapping around, so that should be fine. That's that done. So I should better slide this over like that, and slide this one. What I kind of want to do actually is put that one inside a little bit, so let's just shrink this one slightly because I actually want this one to be inside it. That goes right in there like that. Let's shrink those. It's only set to 250 degrees, so it's not severe. But be careful not to overheat the wiring, you know. Done. Does it work? I hope so. (250°C), so it's still fairly hot, but you need a decent amount to get this stuff to shrink still. But it's not like 400 degrees or something like that, you know, which would be a bit silly. So you cable tie this back onto there, so I suppose it's like it was originally. I don't know if it actually matters or not. It may not matter, but I'll do it anyway. Cable tied right there, so I'll do it in the same spot. Okay. So that's all done now, that's together. Question is, does it actually work after all that effort? It could actually be that with me pulling it around, I've broken a semiconductor or something's gone wrong or something's shorted out. Don't know. We'll find it the hard way, I guess. So what I need to do now is clear my desk off, tidy up this mess, rejig things, hook it up and see if it works. You blame the Dremel? Yeah, it could be that. And something else is annoying. Where is that? Is that them? No. That's BNC. Here we go. I bought a bunch of these. Right, these are like BNC caps, but they're only 2 lug. I need some of these in 3 lug. If you know anyone gets some 3 lug ones, let me know. Maybe maybe when I do the video on this thing, publish it, when I publish a video on this, whenever that'll be, then comment in there about where I can get 3-lug ones, because I do want some 3-lug ones to go with it. Okay. Go away. Go off. Nearly there. Very nearly there. Find out very shortly if this is working or if it's completely stuffed. Alright, so I need to get the Keithley multimeter running. I run it in current mode. I need a triax banana. Dust cap, yeah, it's a little dust cap. That's a little dust cap. I've got a bunch of these. I forgot what size they are now, but they fit beautifully over BNC connectors. So I've got a load of them. I've got some for in connectors as well. And so it just helps to keep dust and stuff out, helps to keep it a bit cleaner. Looks after the connectors a bit better. I mean, it's okay, I can put this on. I'll use that instead. But I'd much rather have a metal one because it's also shielded. Just stopping these static kind of things, you know. Alright. Plug that in there, plug that in there. Stick this on DC current. This is when we find out I can't plug the connector in. 3-lug connector, it's gone in. Brilliant. Let's get some power. Oh, drink. Let's bring it out slightly. I will adjust the camera as well to show the multimeter. I mean, I can actually do a multimeter overlay in the live stream, but I want obviously include it in the video itself anyway, so I'll make sure the current is actually going where it's supposed to go. So I'll finish this and I'll carry on. Probably talking so much. Right. So I'll try its cable connected up. I've got my Keithley 7510 hooked up. So that's set up to read currents. We should be good to go. Turn the power on. Nothing drawn as normal. Power switch, great. Still works. Right, 28 watts been drawn. It's running. Let's do 10 volts. And current limit of still 100. Enter with an exponent of 3. So 100 milliamps maximum. Okay, let's push the output and I'll tell you if it works or not. There'd be a no. Seriously? Oh, you're kidding me. Moving the connector around is changing something. It's shifting by moving the connector around. That is not working. Why is that not working? Let's change which cable I'm using, just in case that matters. We're using red and black right now. Let's try green and red. Green and red. There we go. That's working now. Right. General's fault, yeah. Okay, so instead of using a red and black plug, I'm using a green and red plug to get the current. So that's interesting. Let me check the wiring on this thing. Is this thing not wired the way I expect it to be wired up? That could be why it's the wrong plug. I'm not changing the connector. The connector's as it is. That's going to be what it is. It might just be this cable's not configured the way I thought it'd be. Let's have a look. Okay. Actually, I could probably do this the easy way, couldn't I? Plug in one of these in here, like, I don't know, plug your rib on it, and see this, which pin it connects to. Red one should go to the center conductor, right? It does. Black one is indeed the inner conductor, not the outer, so there's no short. Check the inner. I think. Hold on. Yeah, nothing on the inner. Inner shield is working the black one. And the green should be the outer one. It is. And nothing on the inner, nothing on the centre. So there's no shorts on that cable. So that cable's as I would have thought it'd be. So I'm wondering why the output is on different connectors. Triaxial 3-slot TRB male connector on eBay. Okay. I'll have to look at that. Thanks for that. I mean, I knew they'd be out there somewhere. I had a cursory look and I couldn't find them. So, thanks for that. I'll have to look at that term up. Triaxial 3-slot TRB. Right. I'll look for that. So, what's going on with this? Why was that not using the connectors I was expecting it to be using? Do I need to check this for a short? Maybe I will. Let's check that for a short. I mean, it could be linked on the board anyway, somewhere, but I don't know. I hope it's not short here. Put it back. So those two are connected together because that link, that's correct. Yeah, so if I took that link off, that should take that one away. Alright, so I shouldn't have a connection between there and there anymore. I don't. So that's correct, that's fine. Actually, I should see which way is which. I should definitely make this definitely Earth, yeah. So that's correct, there's no issue there. So why was I getting that weird connection? Maybe I was not getting a good connection up there when I was plugging it in. Maybe I'm just paranoid. Let's check it again. That's definitely right. Plug that back in. Plug these back in. Now, I should better use black or green. Should better use either one of them. Because they're both going to the same potential. Unless they've got a bad connection at this end. I mean, I'm assuming this plug is a good connection to this plug. It should be. Voltage limit 10 volts. Enter. Current 100. Enter. Exponent 3. Enter. Right. Help it on. It's doing it. No, that's fine. That's not playing up at all. Go figure. Maybe it's the other end where I plugged it in. It wasn't a good connection for some reason. Anyway, it's working. Right. So if I do like a source 10 milliamps. Source. That one. Not doing volts. 10 volts. 10 milliamps. Let's go down to 10 milliamps, that's fine. So that's working. Let's do exponent 9. Yeah, that's there. Yep. So it's 10 picoamps, that's fine. That's working. So let's just check it and I'll show you. So I was after a quick test on this, doing 10 picoamps output, and the Keysight multimeter is seeing 10 picoamps. Nanoamps. Nanoamps, not picoamps, idiot. So I'm outputting 10 nanoamps, and that's what the Keysight is currently looking at. So I can see 10 nanoamps. That's great. Well, yeah, there are different potentials, but because I've got the link across the back here, linking the two terminals together, that makes them the same potential. If that link wasn't in place, then yes, there would be separate guard and low side and stuff like that. So, yes. You are correct, because I've got the link in place, it's the same potential. Right, let's change to the multimeter. You suddenly feel like you're getting taller. So there's a DMN 7510. I haven't nulled it out or anything, that's just raw values, so that's what's coming out with a setting of 10. So let's put in a setting of 1. There you go. It's gone down to 1. 0.1. Yep. 0.01. Yep. Okay. That looks about right. If I do 0, there you go. So there's that slight offset we got there. Just stray noise potentially. Or if I turn the output off, what does that do? Output is off. It's setting about 3. Output on with 0 setting. It's stabilised to about 3. So I turn the output back to 1, or 0.01. Or 0.1, wasn't it? 0.001. Here we go. Yeah, that's looking bang on. That's very good. Okay, back to 10. Yep, 100. Yep. Do 1000, which goes up to the next range. What we'll do on the unit itself goes up to 10 to the power 6. Okay, 10 again. 10 microamps, yep, 100. Just checking each one to make sure we're all good. 100 microamps, that's fine. 1000. Oops, push the 1 first. No, hold on. I'll just mistype that. 1000. Should go 1 milliamp, yep. 10 milliamps. And 100 milliamps, which is the highest this can go. So you can see there's an offset there, which means that this needs calibrating. But I couldn't do that until that Triax connector was fixed, because it was too erratic. I couldn't trust the connection. So now that's done, I'm pretty happy with that, and so that's working fine. Brilliant. This needs calibrating, and I can put it in my stash of things to fix. Sorry. Put it in my stash of things that I can use to fix other things. Oh dear. It's the first time you string your beans out all the way and you haven't got bored. That's not good. That's not good. That is good, I mean. So the cat distracted me with knocking on the cat flap again. Yeah, the link brings ground up to the guard potential, yes. Yes. Yes, okay, cool, that's good. I'm happy with that. It's working properly. Very happy with that. They're going to get shorter again, sorry. Excellent. So I need to put this thing back together and do like a closing thing for the video. Let's get the cat in first. Right. So let's put the cover back on. I'm not going to calibrate it today, I don't think. It all needs to warm up properly, everything. You know, going to have some lunch or maybe. Cat, I'm trying to talk here. What are you dirty? You're covered in fluff. And what are you doing? It's covered in grit. I'll touch that cat again. Right, where's that screw gone? Interesting, with it around and the value changed. Do you know what? This connector is giving me trouble. Stop screaming. When I spun this thing around, that dropped off. This is still a low current, so I'm not arcing anything. Yeah, that connector is still... Yeah, that's still not completely trustworthy. So I'm spinning this, and that's changing. It's losing connection. Why is it doing that? So I've changed it all. I've got a different cable, different connector, and moving it around is still giving me trouble. Not as bad, I said, as it doesn't work anymore. It was a brand new cable. And the other cable was a different cable, but 2 lug. What's going on with this thing? Why is this being a pain? The output, isn't it? Yeah, 10 milliamps. So yeah, that's still giving trouble. That is weird. Brand new cable, brand new connector. Yeah. I pull the cable to the side slightly, that's working. Let go of it, it's not. Is it these plugs on these cables which are a bit small pin? Maybe the pin's a bit small inside these cables. Could that be what it is? I know the other connector was damaged though. One of the little fins on the centre conductor was broken off, so I know the original connector was bad, so that was not like a waste of time or anything. They definitely needed doing. But for this to be doing this is a bit of a pain. It's working now. The whole point of this is that I can get a connector I can trust. Shut up! Come here. Somebody wants to see you. Here he is. Come on, you go away now. You're a bit noisy and big. Loading the Dremel. Yeah, it's definitely Dremel. Okay. No, it's a he. Well, I've turned it back to where it was and it's working fine. No, now it's cut off. Now it's good again. Yeah. I'm wondering about this bloody centre pin on this conductor here, because it is pretty small. Because the other cable I had is exactly the same, from the same supplier and everything, but only had like an outer, you know, 2-lug outer instead. So it's probably in exactly the same. So I mean, you look at that and think, okay, that looks absolutely fine. I mean, it looks fine. There's no reason to doubt that's going to be a problem. You know, there's nothing there to say, yeah, it's going to get an issue or not. So, and these all from the same supplier. The connector, which I put in, and this cable came from the same person. So they should be compatible, you think, wouldn't you? I mean, at least when it is getting a connection, it is reliable. Like moving it like that, and that's fine. Yeah, it's just something I have to watch out for. That's a bit annoying. Alright. Yeah, I'm just wondering now, because I mean, you think if they both come from the same supplier, the connector and the socket would be, you know, a pair. You know, they should be suitable for each other. I mean, but this is a cheaper cable. It is a lower cost one. I think these were like $50 for a cable. I think it was, instead of like $150. So maybe I should get one good cable, one really good cable, and see what happens there. I mean, I could try swapping out the black wire for the green wire, because that then becomes a shield instead of the inner shield, and see if that changes the issue, because that might tell me if it's the inner shield or the centre pin which is playing up. That's fine. That isn't changing. So it's the inner shield, it's the inner guard which is causing that problem. Yeah. So it's not the pin. Okay. Now I know which one it is. So it's that inner shield inside there. That is obviously not making a good enough connection on side the unit, which is interesting. So that is the problem. Because going to the green, which is the outer shield, that is not dropping off at all. That's perfect. Maybe that's why it didn't work the first time I looked at it. That's maybe why, wouldn't it? Maybe I plugged it in before, it didn't work. Maybe why. This is playing up. Change it around. Come on. There you go. Now it's working. Yeah. Yeah. That's a pain. Yeah, I've been tin for. Bend it. Well, yeah. I'm suspicious it's brass though, not copper. I'm not sure it's gold-plated copper. I'm suspicious it's brass. It just looks like brass, you know. Yeah, what? Focus. Almost there. There you go. Now I could, like, is that, those things like that closed up slightly? And if I shove something into one of those little slots, it'll open it very slightly. Let's get a really small screwdriver and we'll try it. If it breaks, it breaks. I could always put another connector on, I suppose. That'd be fun. Is this small enough? Can't see what I'm doing. Right. Yeah, that open up a little bit. Let's do it in all of them, just a little bit. Okay, one more. Might be all it needs. Let's try it. No, still playing up. But it is better. It's playing up less. It's got more of a range of motion before it actually loses connection. So yeah, I mean, I probably need to be a bit more brave with that and just bend them slightly more. But that probably will get it better. But yeah, probably getting a better quality cable would be the way to go. Or maybe some high quality connectors and put a big connector on it. But I'm suspicious this is brass, not copper. I think it is gold plated copper somehow. I'm suspicious. I find if you go ping and break off. Because that would be bad, wouldn't it? Try again. Okay, let's try it in. That worked. Yeah, that's it. It's working now. But it's not very trustworthy, is it? That's working now. That's fine. But I want to be able to plug a cable in and trust it's going to work. I don't need messing around with this sort of stuff, eh? Well, it's a brand new cable, but the connector is just a bit, I don't know, it's just mismanufactured. It's not quite tolerance correctly or something. I'm trying to get my stuff put back in. So get stuck. Can't shove it back in. Right. Yeah, anyway, it's working now. That's fine. Phew. Alright, now I need to... Did I record a video actually? I didn't, did I? I need to do that bit. So there you go, it's working. The only issue I did have just now was this cable connection. It's actually the cable itself. The plug, the inner guard ring was just a bit loose. I've had to loosen it up a little bit, well, expand it slightly to make it a better connection. Seems okay now. So that's a cable issue, not this unit. So at least this issue's working. This issue's working. So at least this unit's working now. I will calibrate it at some point. I'm not going to do it today, but I'll do it another time. I won't bother doing a video about that. But I'll have to calibrate it and get it all tuned up. And then at least there's a piece of gear I can use to repair other pieces of gear, which is how this works. I buy something which is broken, I refurbish it or repair it, gain a piece of test equipment, I can either use that to fix something else. And it just keeps going from there. It's like snowballs, really. Anyway, there's a subscribe link over there. There's a Patreon support link over there if you want to support me. There's also down there in the description is a link for buy me a coffee. So if you want to buy me a coffee, just do like a one-off donation, $5, something like that, whatever it may be, and you think this is interesting to you, then you can do that too. But Patreon's better because you also get other benefits, like I can publish some manuals and things. No, service manual for this is on my Patreon if you need that, that kind of thing, or any parts information, things I've paid with. That's all there. So I include those with the videos. So yeah, right. Catch you later. Right, so video done. Okay. This number 2, repair school. Yes, just because it's new doesn't mean it's good. Indeed, especially when you're buying cheaper quality equipment. You know, if this is like a brand new Keithley cable, you know, from Keithley or whoever, then I would have trusted it a lot more. I would have think, okay, that's probably fine. But this is from China. You can actually get these from AliExpress. So they sell them on eBay as well, but it's actually from China. So they're coming from China. So, you know, make of that what you will. So that could be part of it as well. The quality is not quite the same. But for what I'm doing, this will be fine. You know, as long as it makes a connection, it does have a reliable connection, which is the main thing for me. Then, although it's a cheaper cable, it'll do be just fine. The thing I'm really worried about is reliability. So if I'm doing a piece of repair or working on something or doing some calibration, I don't really worry about if I move the cable it's going to break the connection. You know, that would make me want to go and spend $100 on a new cable. I would do that just to get away from that issue. But anyway, I mean, that connector needed replacing anyway, so that's fine. That needed doing. So I haven't wasted my time, even though it's probably the cable connection was the biggest issue with the other one. It's probably the same issue this cable had with that ring not connecting properly. But it was still faulty anyway, needed doing. So at least now it's upgraded to a 3-lug, and I'm pretty happy with that. It should be good. Right. Okay, thanks, Just Richie. I'll catch you later. Hope to see you around. Okay, so yeah, I think it's time for lunch. Anyway, I'm happy with that. It's working alright. So at least we achieved that job. Yeah. Well, I should a couple of things. Did a 47 as well. Did that connector on that, so that's something. I have to read the manual. Go and read the manual. I can't say the bloody words. Go and read the manual on that and familiarise yourself with how to use it, and so I can test it properly and know whether or not it's actually working correctly. That's the main thing. As you saw, I checked those capacitors and they seemed fine. I mean, I could obviously check ripple and stuff like that on circuitry, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Right. Excellent. I've achieved something today. I like it when I actually achieve something in a day. It's always nice. I like to achieve things. I like to try and achieve one thing a day, if I can. Turn that off. Come back over here. What time is it here? It's 2:25 PM. Yeah, that's right. So I've been streaming now for, what's that, 6 hours? 6.5 hours. You can build the cables at home. You can make them yourself. You can do that. It is possible. So you can actually buy the cables, you can buy the connectors, and make your own cables up. But they are fiddly to build. Can't say the bloody words. Must be getting tired. So they are getting. The connectors are fiddly to actually install. Marco Reps did a video showing him assembling a cable once because he bought a whole bunch of cable, and he spent ages making his putting connectors on them. So triax are a bit fiddly because you've got the 3 connectors. You got 3 connections you got to make on it. So I mean, I did buy some connectors. I do have some, but it's probably exactly the same connectors I've got on this cable already. So there's probably no point in like taking it off and putting another one on, because it'd probably be exactly the same. Because they're from the same supplier. So it's obviously just like when they're pressing these things, they're not quite expanding in a ring enough. So I should probably go around all of my cables of that type and just expand them all to make them a tighter fit. It's probably be a wise thing to do. You purchased a couple and they're working alright. Okay, well, maybe it's just this particular cable. It could just be this particular cable's not quite pressed right, and so it's a bit compressed, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to have a coffee and some lunch, and maybe give this cat some more biscuits. Wait. Yeah. He talks a lot. He talks too much. He's very chatty. Gets quite irritating, actually. See? Okay. Biscuit. Yeah. Okay. Crazy. Alright. I'll catch you all later. Thanks for dropping by. Don't forget to give us a thumbs up before we leave.